And one of the things we're looking at right now is a whole bunch of ETFs. How should we think about, I mean, I know what your business is, but by the way, you actually now interact with a lot of the guys who are holding some of these ETFs, so that matters to you too.
Sure. We are the custodian for the majority of these ETFs. So when you buy an ETF,
right,
and
they're effectively
Bitcoin, it's held with us.
You're holding it.
Yeah.
So the question though is, do you see most of the inflows coming in now direct, meaning people are buying the coins themselves, or they're buying the ETFs?
It's both.
And I know you don't care which it is, but you know, I just wonder, sort of just transactionally, how it's happening.
It's both. I mean,
I'm sure, but on a percentage basis.
So based on this onslaught of inflows, I don't have the percentage number for you right now. It's probably going to be the overwhelming majority is going to be ETFs, but I don't have exact data. The one important thing to remember about these ETF inflows, not just the surge we've seen recently, but since the beginning, because it's been an absolutely phenomenally performing ETF. And this is a very important point that's overlooked. This is being done with the asset managers not allowing their salespeople, their financial advisors, to recommend it. So that's extraordinary. That's like a shoe salesman not being able to recommend Nike, right? So that's going to change at some point. And I'll sort of leave it to your viewers to determine what happens when that thundering herd of brokers can actually pick up the phone and recommend this ETF.
Is there still a thundering herd of brokers?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't get the calls? You don't get the calls?
I do. I always laugh. Yeah. But that's a thundering herd. Yeah. No, don't you laugh when you get a call? It's like
order filled.
Order filled. I don't get that phone. I think now people are on their phone. Maybe they get a text message or something.
Submitted.
I'm always just as close to saying, "Don't you know who I am?" And I just can't get that out. I can't get those words out.
Thank God.
I know, but you know, if someone calls and says hi, you know, and has no idea, it's like, what are you watching in the morning?
Let me ask you a separate question. Outside of Bitcoin, we're all Bitcoin, you know, everybody here is Bitcoin crazy because most people, if they're into crypto, they're really into Bitcoin. What do you make of these other currencies and how should we think about that?
So the narrative I like to think about is, well, there's Bitcoin, there's about top 20 tokens which have real utility, trying to solve real problems. The stack below that I think of as a venture capital pool. So if you're investing in venture capital, you generally have a portfolio theory where you know that a meaningful portion of your portfolio is not going to succeed. Some will tread water, and if you're lucky, you'll have a couple of huge winners. I think thinking about crypto that way is a good narrative because it's fairly easy to create a coin. People create coins for fun. They create coins to solve business problems. They create coins to solve social problems. So I think if you view it as a venture capital portfolio, you can risk adjust it appropriately.
Wanted to ask you, there's been a whole bunch of headlines in the last, call it 72 hours, about the Trump family and their crypto holdings. I'm sure you've seen that. I can't tell whether you think, well, I doubt that there's going to be more regulation around crypto, but I wonder whether you think these kinds of stories raise that question in some kind of other way for you.
Well, I don't know if I agree that there won't be more regulation because we've been pushing for clearer regulation. So I think what we'll see is more law, more clear law and more clear guidelines. So yeah, no, I think that's beneficial for everyone. Other countries have leapfrogged us by producing clear guidelines. You start with a law and then you produce the regulation and then you enforce it. So I do think and I hope that we see good stuff coming out of government.
Do you think there should be insider trading laws for Bitcoin?
I personally think there should be. I think that people who trade these assets should follow the same rules.
But there are no insider trading laws around crypto right now.
What's inside information look like? I guess.
So I'm not sure that's. I'm not sure that's right. I think if there are, so I think people should follow the same rules as trading traditional assets.
For stocks or other things like that.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's like insider trading on gold or bonds or something. It's weird. It's different than companies.
Be tough to prove.
Yeah.
It's different than companies, but
but if you were in Congress and you knew there was going to be legislation,
correct. That's so how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
How do I feel about what? Sorry.
Congress trading.
How do I feel about Congress trading?
Yeah. What's the House view at Coinbase about Congress trading
I don't think that's
Bitcoin?
a crypto-specific issue. I think that there seems to be more noise about Congress being allowed to trade. I think everyone should follow the same rules.
Okay. John, thank you.
Thank you.
But coming up, let me tell you, we'll get the reaction to the trade developments, the latest progress on a GOP tax plan, and more with House Minority Leader Steve Scalise. Wow, that's cool. With a good interview at 7:50 a.m. Eastern Time. As we head to break, check out some of the automakers, GM, Ford, Stellantis, and Tesla, All moving higher this morning. Squawk Box coming right back.
In any business, you ride the line between numbers and people. What's right for the business and what's best for everyone who depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance. CLA, CPAs, consultants, and wealth advisors will get you there.
It's about political points.
We planned well for retirement, but I wish we had more cash.
Do you think those two have any idea?
That they can sell their life insurance policy for cash, so they're basically sitting on a gold mine? I don't think they have a clue.
That's crazy.
Well, not everyone knows Coventry's helped thousands of people sell their policies for cash, even term policies.
I can't believe they're just sitting up there.
Sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy, for cash or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums.
Someone needs to tell them that they're sitting on a gold mine and you have no idea. Hey guys, you're sitting on a gold mine. Come on,
Do you hear that?
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-571-7900 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect your sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
Welcome to CNBC
Order
Plus,
submitted.
market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Let's check in with Frank Holland. He's got a look at this morning's pre-market movers. And Frank, there are some huge movers this morning, a lot to choose from.
Yeah, good morning, Joe, Becky, and Andrew. I hope you guys are all doing great. Of course, the big news of this morning, lifting stocks just across the board. The U.S. and China agreeing to pause most tariffs, boosting global tech and chip stocks, trade tensions threatening to disrupt supply chains. They've been weighing on a lot of these names, but take a look at the action this morning. You see Amazon shares are up about 7 3/4 of 1% right now. Of course, this deal helps out a lot of sellers that rely on Chinese products. Also, take a look at NVIDIA. Those shares up almost 5%. We had Dan Ives from Wedbush on the show earlier today on Worldwide Exchange. He said NVIDIA is actually going to probably be the biggest beneficiary, especially if there's a deal on the export controls blocking the company from selling the H20 chip over in China. I see some other names moving higher. Tesla, Meta, and Alphabet, all of them seeing big gains. Tesla shares up just about 8% right now. We also want to look at Apple shares this morning. You can see they're up big right now, up just about 6.5%. This follows a new report this morning that Apple's considering increasing the price for the next generation of iPhones, but will avoid attributing any of that increase to tariffs. That's according to people familiar with the matter who spoke with the Journal. Most Apple products are assembled in China, and although tariffs between the U.S. and China, they've largely been suspended for now. A 30% tariff on imports, that still does remain in place. Shares of Apple, you can see they're up just about 6.5%. One other area we want to look at is the transports. Huge moves to the upside after this U.S.-China agreement, and a lot of hopes that 30% tariffs will get freight flows moving in the U.S. once again. We have seen some declines of imports at major ports. Maersk, the biggest global container shipper, you can see those shares, they're up 11%. They also put out a statement saying that they believe that this deal is a step in the right direction. We're also seeing a similar move for Hapag-Lloyd. Those shares up about 13.5%. A lot of hopes
Order
again that
submitted.
freights and containers will get moving. UPS and FedEx benefiting not only from the deal when it comes to imports, but also on hopes that we're going to see domestic freight move a little bit better. C.H. Robinson, those shares up almost 3.5%. This is the biggest mover of freight on the Asia-U.S. lane. Back over to you.
All right, Frank, thank you. I saw Dan Ives with you earlier this morning. I mean, he was just making the point that for the Bulls, this is a really, really big deal, not just today, but for the rest of the year.
Yeah, he basically called it a dream scenario, I believe. I don't want to misquote him, but called it a dream scenario. Also believes that Palantir is going to be a beneficiary. One part of Scott Bessent's press conference that we haven't talked a lot about is the fact that he says that they're looking to cut spending. Dan Ives believes that cut in spending is going to benefit software names because he believes it's going to be staff that's cut in different agencies, while the product and software is going to continue to see a lot of buys when it comes to the federal government.
Did you ask him where he got that jacket, Frank?
He had a pink belt on, too. I didn't ask about either one. It's not quite my style, but he wears it well.
He wears
That was the greenest thing. He looked like a big old lime.
He was I think he was sending a signal for all the Bulls out there.
I'm going to squeeze him into my margarita. That's what... all right.
With the lime and the coconut. Shake it up.
Coming up, we're going to get a rundown of today's market action with futures soaring this morning. Then later, Mohamed Al-Arian is going to be joining us to react to the trade developments, the state of the global economy, and so much more as we head to a break. Check out some of the industrial stocks like GE Aerospace, 3M, CAT, and Honeywell, all higher this morning. It's a big morning. We'll be back after this.
In the off-season, I'm a male hand mop. Now I have relaxed fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins. No bending down and no touching. I kind of love not using my hands.
Come on, Andy.
I'm out the game. Try relaxed fit Skechers slip-ins.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment.
Order canceled.
Or savor the details. Earn points for free nights with IHG One Rewards.
At Franklin Templeton, we're expanding access to the growing opportunity in private markets, empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Alternatives by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable. We just didn't need the coverage anymore.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
It's a rough and tumble market. So at Federated Hermes, we put the stocks in our MDT portfolios through a ruthless vetting process because no one wants an investment that cracks under pressure.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on CNBC Plus.
This combo meal's got combinations. Make this thing your own creation. Entree, drink, and choice of sides. Oh, and it's free to swap fries. BK, have it your way.
Dear Texas, this is Kona Fancy, part of our premium line of Cafe Au Lait Reserve. With notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia, this full-bodied coffee was grown just for you. Cafe Au Lait Reserve, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
May is Maytag month, which means the biggest Maytag sale of the year is bigger than big. Even bigger than Hugglefluff's hairballs. Keep on shedding. Save during the biggest Maytag sale of the year, now through May 31st.
The new Dyson Supersonic R. Our smallest and lightest, powerful hairdryer. Designed to style with precision and ease. For precision styling and finish. From Dyson.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Just fell under 1,000. I was going to say you rarely get to say quadruple gains, but it's as you can see, triple-digit gains now in all the major averages. We also see Treasuries yield moving up significantly. sort of all of the growth
Steve
plays
Lease was
reversing.
pointing out this morning that the probability for a Fed rate cut in July
Went down.
got off the table. It was 69% on Friday. This morning it's at 42%. So the market's basically wiping out the idea that you'd get a rate cut in
By the way,
July.
a good reason for Jay Powell to have waited.
Yeah.
Except that if we, not really, if we don't get the inflation from the tariffs.
Yeah, but if the economy doesn't come under the same pressure, you see oil prices up this
Well,
morning.
I understand, but if there were no inflationary problems whatsoever, you probably want to lower rates, I would think. Let's look at gold, which is also giving us some idea of what's going on. $121 now. It's almost a 4% drop in gold.
When we come back, Morgan Stanley's Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist Mike Wilson will join us on this morning's trade-inspired rally and what he sees for U.S. equities over the next couple of months. I'll give you a hint. He's got a new note out this morning, changing their market perspective for the full year. Right now, as we head to a break, let's check out some of the retailers. From the big box names like Walmart, Target, Costco, Home Depot, and Lowe's, all of them up pretty sharply. Target's the biggest gainer. It's up by 5.5%. Also, some specialty retailers showing some sharp gains as well. RH up by 17%. You've got Best Buy up by more than 10%. Wayfair up by better than 14% too. Williams-Sonoma and Tapestry also up by better than 5% each. Squawk Box will be right back.
Millions of families are now bracing for higher prices.
They're fearful prices are going to get worse, not better, on everything from cars to clothes, electronics to groceries.
Now, politicians in Congress could make our energy bills skyrocket too by cutting clean energy production and raising taxes on energy. It'll cost families hundreds more and kill thousands of manufacturing jobs. Tell Congress, don't make our energy bills even higher by cutting clean energy production.
At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
It is amazing to have a collagen. I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. And if you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. It is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like immune system. It strengthens, supports all of that. The first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. If you want to try it, try armor.com.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
When my hair started thinning, I wanted to attack the problem head on. I chose Nutrafol because it was drug-free, which meant a lot because I didn't want the side effects. My thicker hair gave a huge boost to my social life, and I really feel the best I ever have.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
The club is really about empowerment, empowering you to manage your own money.
He makes it easy for someone like me to understand how to invest my money properly.
Booyah, Jim!
Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim.
If we were going to see any kind of an economic downside from that, it would already be apparent, I would think, and the economic data has surprised on the upside. And now that we have brought these very high tariffs down to 10%, I think The markets, business people live in the future, so I think we can go through at that 10% baseline, which is very easy to calibrate with.
That was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking to us earlier this morning. For his take on the markets right now, we want to bring in Mike Wilson. He's Chief Investment Officer and Chief U.S. Strategist for Morgan Stanley. And Mike, you're basically saying this is game on. You've got a note out this morning saying you are back to your range for the full year of the pre-Liberation Day numbers you were watching.
That's right. So we came into the year probably a little bit more sort of suspicious about the first half of the year. Prices were quite high. And most importantly, the sequencing of the policy was all going to be somewhat growth negative. And now with hindsight, being 2020, it's pretty clear to see to me that Liberation Day was probably the trough for the negativity of the policy changes. So now, as Secretary Treasury was just saying, I mean, he's saying basically the markets live in the future, and he's exactly right. That now the markets are saying in 6 months, are things going to be more uncertain or less uncertain? Are they going to be probably more constructive than less constructive? And that's before we even take into account some of the positive things from an administration standpoint that are probably going to flow through. The most important being deregulation. Yeah, and then tax, just, really it's resolution of the tax negotiation. I mean, I think if we can just get a bill done, right, an extension of the tax cuts, that's a big relief. Have a path for the funding of the deficits. And now, of course, the Fed potentially comes back into the picture, right? Because if tariffs aren't going to be as onerous, they can now start looking at this dual mandate again and saying, hey, the growth picture, it's maybe a little bit better, but if we're going to err on the side of policy, it's probably to help the growth side than maybe the tariff side, the inflation side. The tariffs aren't going to be as bad.
Then why are Treasury yields rising today?
Well, I don't think the Treasury market is totally settled on this, because at the end of the day, this comes down to the tax deal too, and the negotiation around the budget reconciliation. There's a lot of supply, and that's what the Treasury market is staring down more than growth and inflation. I think it's all about supply and demand, and there's a lot of uncertainty. We know a lot of supply is coming. How is that going to be funded? Who's going to step up and buy that supply? And can the Fed be helpful in that regard with either rate cuts or some other balance sheet management?
So you're looking for the S&P 500 to be somewhere in the range from 5,500 to 6,100 at the end of the year. You were thinking 5,500 was a resistance level before.
Yeah, we've kind of gone back and forth like everybody, in the sense that our first half target was always 55, 61, with a year-end target of 6,500. We were very much in the camp.
Oh, year-end is 6,500.
Yeah, that was always the case, because we viewed first half tough, second half actually quite good. We did not lower our year-end targets in this, sort of interplay that we've been experiencing, because we felt like it was getting fairly cheap. We never know the timing on that. 6,500 is still our target. We just don't know if it's December 31st or it's the first quarter. It could even come sooner if things really, play faster than what people are anticipating. But yeah, I think our 12-month targets are very much intact. The 55 to 6,100 was always a first half range. And so our view now, I feel better that the second half now, from a rate of change standpoint, can be better than what people are expecting, because the first half was actually worse than what people were expecting.
It's bizarre that would you say we've cured some of the excesses that we came into the year with?
Absolutely.
In this crazy, perverse way. I mean, the Mag 7, some of them are MAGA now, but the Mag 7 were way too overpriced. We had 20% plus years. We had multiples at, what did you calculate multiples at the beginning of the year? 22, 23?
Yeah, on a forward basis, yeah.
So, as painful and I mean, a lot of people, obviously, you don't want to go through something like that, especially people close to retirement, and it's unfortunate if they sold, but it was almost cathartic to wring out some of the excesses in the market. You could be more bullish now than you were at the beginning of the year, theoretically.
Yeah, because you cleaned out exposures. The other thing we haven't talked about is, we talked about this earlier in the year, is that there was a fourth sort of negative growth driver for stock market this year, was the CapEx around AI. That peaked at the end of last year, and that deceleration and concern around AI CapEx also really played into the underperformance of stocks in the first half of the year. Now, as we look out 6 months, it's a pretty good case that AI now can become a tailwind again, because now in 2026, there probably will be spending resuming. There will be new applications. The part to really get excited about on AI is the productivity improvements that come after the compute investment. The application layer, something we've written about, right? The adopters of AI. And that's a 26 story. But of course, as you all know, markets live in the future. They're going to start discounting that in the second half of the year.
So you're bullish on corporate earnings now, too?
We're bullish from a rate of change standpoint. So as we've pointed out, the revision breadth reached a very low level around the same time that the tariff, Liberation Day came out, because analysts and companies were starting to guide lower. And if it's not going to be a recession, which I still think the risk of recession is out there, but it's come down meaningfully if these negotiations hold, okay? So if we don't have a recession, then earnings revision breadth from a rate of change standpoint bottomed probably about a week and a half ago. And let's not forget one other big thing. The dollar is significantly weaker now than it was at the end of last year. That's a massive tailwind for S&P earnings growth.
So why do you think the Fed is still in play, that they may actually cut rates?
Well, if let's say the tariff negotiations that went on this weekend become permanent, and we only have a 10% basically reciprocal tariff on the rest of the world, that probably isn't nearly as limiting for the Fed from an inflation standpoint.
But if the economy's doing well, corporate earnings are doing well, why would they step in?
Well, I would argue the economy is still soft. Okay, so I don't anticipate our forecast for the economy going above trendline growth anytime soon. Okay. So the Fed is in a restrictive zone.
Why not?
That's clear.
Because we've done some damage to it. You talked about deregulation and tax certainty. That should be bullish.
Well, in the near term, right? So we're still working off all the COVID, imbalances that we've had, and as we've pointed out, I mean, a lot of the private economy is in somewhat of a recession. Most of the interest rate sensitive parts of the economy have been very, very soft. The Fed knows this. So why shouldn't why shouldn't we have lower rates to stimulate the interest rate?
There's no inflation. Bring it on. I know. Put the pedal to the metal.
And also, if you're going to really move from a publicly driven economy to a privately driven economy, something the Treasury Secretary has talked about at length, why not deregulate the financial system, cut interest rates, and really get the animal spirits going? Everything that people were excited about 6 months ago.
Why don't you go to 6,000 to 6,500 then for your new rate?
Well, we are for the second half. Okay, so the second half.
So that's your thing, 6,000 to 6,500.
For the second half. The first half is we're still probably capped below the highs until we get through second quarter earnings
season. Like 15 days or 45 days left.
That's right. So like we're definitely more bullish than our peers. We didn't throw in the towel, in this movement because I think we were prepared for this. We were positioned defensively. And now the only question is, do you really want to go to the kind of pure cyclical parts of the market? The areas that have been beaten up the most, on your previous segment you were showing, the stocks that are rallying the most are what? Transports, consumer goods, right? Semiconductors. Right. The areas that have been beaten up the most. There's going to be a bit of a squeeze here now. The question is, do you really rotate real capital there? The only thing that would hold me back is that it's probably going to take time for the Fed to actually cut rates. And those groups need lower rates for sure to really get things going. Things like home builders and the really sensitive, interest rate sensitive parts of the market.
Mike, thanks for coming into the studio today. It's good to see you.
Pleasure.
Coming up, a key tech sector that is now cheering the U.S.-China trade developments, and that is semiconductors. All the major chip makers, they are up sharply right now. Take a look at what's going on. We're going to take a closer look ourselves about how tariff de-escalation will impact the industry. You're looking at, look at that, Micron up close to 8% this morning. Squawk Box returns after this.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
My husband, Dean, always worried that his diabetes would keep him from enjoying retirement. But Dexcom G7 has made it easy for Dean to manage his sugar levels and spend more time in range. We're feeling good about the future, wherever it takes us.
Only ServiceNow connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
Every corner?
Every corner, Nick. So, Kate in HR, hey, Kate, can focus on people, not process.
Oh, actually, I have a question.
Keep up, Nick.
Do you have to be sick to take a sick day?
Patty in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work on the big stuff.
Agents like secret agents?
Secret agents I control.
With your mind?
I played a secret agent once.
I know. Oh, gosh.
I liked it.
Over here, AI gives Tina the info she needs to get the job done. Nick, what did we say about touching?
No touching.
Good. AI helps Jim solve customer problems before they're problems.
For reals?
For reals. ServiceNow is the only platform that connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people.
Oh, so we all work better together.
My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back?
Follow him.
From Rose Bowl festivities to Major League ballparks, ESPN Experiences takes you behind the scenes and inside the action. Next stop, the Travelers Championship. Your all-access pass starts here.
Coming up, Republicans getting ready to unveil their tax bill tomorrow. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise will get into that, and we'll get his reaction to the U.S.-China trade developments when he joins us next. As we head to break, check out some of the financial stocks this morning. Not too shabby. Up 3 or 4% across the board. Squawk Box. Be right back.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps. It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here.
Silver is at a 10-year high. Kootenai Silver boasts one of the largest resources owned by a junior company. With the new high-grade discovery in Mexico, the potential for growth and leverage to silver is significant. Kootenai Silver.
Next up, Chris, male 29. He just bought a $30 banana slicer at 2 a.m.
And he just searched how to tell if your cat loves you.
I know just the thing.
Betrayed
by your cat? Adopt a dog today.
Yeah, they know. But not with Surfshark VPN. Protect yourself from tracking and take back your privacy. Get Surfshark.
My hair was thinning all around my hairline.
My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol. It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
My hair is longer, thicker.
Nutrafol is life-changing for me.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com.
I'm Darren, and this is my TimberTech story. We had wood here before. The maintenance and trying to look after it's just impossible down here. You can't do it. On TimberTech, it's maintenance free. The advanced PVC from the naked eye, it looks as if it's real wood. There simply isn't anything better. We have historically got big hurricanes here, and we have no worries about the decking out here at all because it's so strong. Playing golf for a living, I'm traveling all the time. Knowing that we have TimberTech, that's one less thing we've got to worry about. TimberTech, it's everything wood should be.
Breaking earnings news. Under Armour, Cisco, Walmart, Deere, reporting, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Trade and taxes on the agenda this morning. The U.S. and China agreeing to suspend most tariffs for 90 days. Meantime, in Washington, Republicans are set to unveil their tax bill tomorrow. Joining us now, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. Leader Scalise, thanks for coming on this morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back with you.
Anything that we don't know, we're not expecting? Is there a 37% top rate or 39.6 for $2.5 million to $5 million? Is that in there?
No, all the rates are going to stay the same, and that's really good news for the economy to get stability in the tax code. And we're looking to do it permanently, not just for another 10-year extension. There's going to be, of course, some of the things President Trump talked about, like no tax on tips. But you're going to see a continued pro-growth tax code and a prevention of any tax increases on anybody, which is going to bode really well, I think, for investment, economic growth, lowering inflation, lowering costs at the grocery store for families, all of the things that we want to get done.
I mean, I saw a tweet last week, or I guess it was a whatever. What do you call something on social?
A truth?
A truth. A truth. Well, that's giving it a little bit too much, I think, veracity to say that. But I think the president said something like there are some things being bandied about, and you know what it was. It was $2.5 million in income for single filers and $5 million for joint filers, and it was going to have a new tax bracket. He said, you know, people want this. I'm not crazy about it, but I'd sign off on it. He said. You're telling me that's not going to happen.
There was a lot of pushback from our members. You know, a lot of us that want to ensure that nobody gets a tax increase, because at the end of the day, what was so successful about what we did in 2017 with President Trump's tax cuts is that we lowered tax rates for everybody. And by the way, not only did everybody do better, all income groups did better, but it was the lower and middle income groups that did the best when you see true economic growth and true reinvestment in America. And so why would you want to raise taxes on anybody? That's what the Democrats do. And by the way, when you go look in these states where they go after the wealthy, hey, look at New York, they've got a billionaire's tax. Well, guess who's leaving New York? All the billionaires. And they're moving to places like Florida and Texas and Tennessee that have zero income tax. And so, you know, same thing in California. They go after their wealthy people. They try to play class warfare. And then those people just say, okay, if you don't like me, then I'll leave and go somewhere where I'm liked.
The reason that they weren't permanent in 2017 was because of the deficit implications. So everybody was worried about if you extend them permanently, just leave it the way it is, extend it permanently, that is going to add to the deficit significantly. That's before you add in all the other things you just mentioned that the president wants. So, I mean, it just begs the question, maybe you're going to tell me that the growth of the economy is going to, you know, make the CBO estimates look silly, and maybe that's true. Maybe it does pretty well. Maybe it does better. But you're still adding a lot of stuff that's not getting paid for anywhere, unless you do something with Medicaid. You're going to do something with Medicaid?
Of course, it's getting paid for, and that's, you know, again, you go back and look at 2017, we took in more revenue the next year after we cut taxes than what we took in the history of the country. This year,
still big deficits. Still big deficits.
This year, well, that's because of some of the other programs that are untouched. Medicare and Social Security, we all know, have cyclical problems, and under Biden's own Medicare actuaries, those programs are in trouble. We need to save those programs from bankruptcy. But you can't touch that in budget reconciliation. So, you know, for somebody to try to blame a deficit or a debt on budget reconciliation when you can't even have an impact on those programs, it's disingenuous. Let's talk about what we're doing with this bill as it relates to the overall picture of the budget. You know, this bill is being paid for in a number of ways. One, you do actual savings. You get things like, you know, stopping illegals from being on some of these programs, putting work requirements into Medicaid, putting work requirements into SNAP, the food stamp program. That yields big savings for taxpayers.
So that's going to happen.
And by the way, it's going to get people back in the workforce. This is something these programs are safety net programs. They are not designed for somebody, you know, the 35-year-old sitting in his mom's basement playing video games, turning down work. That is not what a social safety net program is. It's to help disabled people, pregnant women, people on hard times. That's what we're going to focus these programs back on. And it's going to make the programs work better, but it will give big savings to the taxpayer.
Hey, Leader, one of the big sort of controversial tax questions that we talk about at this table a lot is carried interest for private equity, venture capital folks who effectively manage money for big pension funds, and whether they should be granted a better rate, if you will, than others. Where do you land on that?
I don't want to see that change. I don't want to see, us going after any particular group like that. But let's let the bill come out and see where they ultimately decide. This was one of the final decisions that a lot of members went back and forth on. And look, each one of these are tough decisions. Some are easier decisions than others. Work requirements are very widely supported. Carried interest, higher top rate. There was a lot of pushback on some of those.
Leader, can you just, for those who are watching and want to understand it, can you explain your rationale for why somebody who manages other people's money should get a better tax rate effectively than somebody else who works on the equivalent of a commission or fee-oriented business that relies on sort of something happening, which is similar to private equity or venture capital, meaning they get a bonus effectively when in success, but there's lots of people who are real estate agents, all sorts of people who get a bonus in success. If they're able to sell the house and it takes them 2 or 3 years to actually get the client, to get the house sold, they don't get that same benefit to actually treat that as a capital gain.
Yeah, we're not trying to change the tax code, meaning upper rate for you and lower rate for somebody else. We want to keep all the rates low. We want to keep the rates where they were. And then there were some additional add-ons like no tax on tips. And those were things that the president specifically ran on.
The president wanted to do the carried interest too, I think.
I just want you to explain your rationale for why you think that group of people needs to be incentivized to do what they do, meaning people in the private equity and venture capital business who are some of the create some of their own greatest wealth in the country. Why you think you need to incentivize that particular class over, I believe, just about there's no other tax incentive like that in America.
We're not looking to make a change there, and maybe maybe you want to, see their rate go up. We didn't want to see any rates go up.
Okay. That's the answer. They don't want to see any rates go up. The president was talking about that, Leader Scalise.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, not going to happen. All right, Leader Scalise, thank you. Good to have you on this morning.
And most of his priorities are in this bill, and he loves this bill. He loves the things that we're doing because it's going to get real economic growth. It's going to help families who are struggling. By the way, opening up energy production, border security, all that's in this bill too. Debt ceiling, taking that off the table for 2 years so you don't have to worry about that debt crisis coming. All of those things are in the bill too.
Are the cuts permanent? Because that's what the Senate Majority Leader John Thune was telling us the Senate's very interested in seeing.
Yes.
And
those are permanent changes.
And you would call it big and beautiful, Leader? I mean, you
it's
think
one big, beautiful bill.
It checks off.
And that may be the name of it.
No doubt in your mind. Okay, got both of those check marks. Very good. Thanks for your time. Good to have you. Hope to see you again soon. All right, thanks.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, the U.S. and China agreeing to temporarily suspend most tariffs on each other's goods in a move that shows a major thawing of trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. Here's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who joined us earlier in the program.
This is a 90-day pause. For our tariff program, we had a plan, we had a process, and now what we have with the Chinese is a mechanism to avoid an upward tariff pressure like we did last time. So this is a 90-day pause.
President Trump says that he will sign an executive order today to lower prescription drug prices to the level paid by other high-income countries. That's called most favored nation pricing. The pharma stocks under some pressure on this, although they're off their worst levels. Right now, AbbVie is down by about 3.8%, Eli Lilly off by 3.33%, And then Pfizer and Merck, each down by more than 2%. And the Financial Times reporting OpenAI and Microsoft are revisiting terms of their partnership to potentially reset that agreement. The FT says that Microsoft is offering to give up some of its equity stake in OpenAI's new for-profit business in exchange for accessing new AI models that are developed beyond the year 2030.
Meantime, take a look at futures right now because we are on the move in a very big way this morning. The Dow up now 1,025 points on the back of the de-escalation news we heard from Geneva over the weekend between the United States and China when it comes to tariffs. The S&P 500 looks like it'll open up about 172 points higher. The NASDAQ right now, if we opened up, would be about 700, almost 790 points higher. I want to get straight down to Mike Santoli. He is at the NYSE. And Mike, it's a nice morning. How do you think it's going to end?
It is, for sure. Look, I think the market was positioned exactly to react one way or the other based on what happened this weekend. We were hesitating all last week in the S&P 500 right at the April 2nd level. So it's going to be like, does anything happen this week that makes us either price in a better or worse scenario than we were left with on April 2nd? Well, we got better. This is the ETF attached to the S&P 500. You see the pre-market move up 3%. Interestingly, it's going to bring us above at the open, the 200-day average. It essentially takes us back to levels first reached about 7 months ago in October. So you're still trying to get back to toward those new highs above 6,100, the old highs rather, from February. I think you're going to probably have some valuation concerns. It's not going to take much tactically to get this market overbought and stretched in the near term. But for now, this definitely looks like an attempt at this escape velocity from that rebound rally that we've had over the last 5 weeks or so. Take a look at the volatility index. This is something else which by the end of last week had essentially returned right to the April 2nd level. And now we're descending a little bit below that 20. It's, around the line between normal market times and somewhat more agitated and anxious market times. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit of tension release here. Again, we don't know if this is something we can project ahead and also feel like the economy has sidestepped any pressure from this sort of on-off tariff situation. The credit markets, similarly, in the rebound in equities, had also calmed down to a fair degree. So you can take a look at HYGs, the junk bond, the high-risk corporate debt. You see they decoupled right around February. That's the highs for the equity market. And they've rebounded here again, back to those April levels. So there is room for convergence here. There is room for a little more relaxation of some of those panic trades. But I do wonder exactly how much is already in the books. And of course, we're going to have to figure out what it's going to mean from here for things like the Fed, for obviously economic growth. But it does probably buy the economic data a little bit of latitude as they come in, because we do have this 90-day pause that we don't have to too much worry about, at least a trade embargo with China.
Mike, one of the questions, though, about this pause, and clearly it's beneficial, meaning it's better than it was before it existed, but at some level, how much concern do you have that it still puts folks in terms of small businesses, big businesses, in a sense of paralysis around investment and the like, because they don't know what the end result will ultimately look like?
I don't think we're going to quickly escape that unknown, right? Exactly what real economic actors are going to do in reaction to this. It doesn't necessarily bring everything back to the level of last February when we were at the highs and we didn't think there was going to be a really aggressive tariff push first necessarily. That being said, the goods imports from China to the U.S. are like $300 billion last year, okay? So 10% on that, 30% on that, it's a big number for individual importers. It's not a big number in a $30 trillion U.S. economy. So I do think there's a sense out there, there's some level of tariffs where you can sort of adapt around it, even if it's not necessarily a net positive for growth.
Okay. Mike Santoli, thank you, sir.
When we come back, what the trade agreement means for the chip sector. Those stocks this morning are sharply higher. Take a look across the board. NVIDIA up by about 4 1/3%. Intel, Qualcomm, AMD all higher as well. Plus, the Newark airport nightmare continues. A third air traffic control problem in 2 weeks, causing one of the busiest airports in the country to implement a ground stop, forcing delays yesterday. We've got the latest on the system failure coming up. Squawk Box will be right back.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
When my hair started thinning, I didn't want to hear the wisecracks.
I was ignoring my hair because I was a full-time working mother, but luckily I found Nutrafol.
My hair was getting stronger and thicker.
I finally feel like myself again.
Earning a degree doesn't have to mean starting from scratch. At University of Maryland Global Campus, it means building your next success on the foundation of life experience. UMGC values the successes you've already achieved. That's why you can earn up to 90 credits from prior learning and life and job experience toward our bachelor's degree programs.
No application fee if you apply by May 30th at umgc.edu.
Assured Guaranty's bond insurance was protecting investors in municipal green bonds before they were even called green bonds. Assured Guaranty, a stronger bond.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Never miss a moment with exclusive access to market-moving interviews and stock picks. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Combo meal changed the game at BK.
With so many options, I play my way.
Fries are my say, no compromise.
Winning big time, cause it's free to swap fries.
BK, have it your way.
If you're planning on all getting together, why stay in hotel rooms and not be together? Get an Airbnb and actually get together.
Oh my God, we're back again. Brothers, sisters, everybody say. Baby, you play too much. Super shot. I'm looking super hot. I got the perfect pose. I'm an animal. Baby, I'm a centerfold. Said look by low to go.
Over the weekend, the U.S. and China agreed to slash tariffs for 90 days after those negotiations in Switzerland. Joining us right now with more on what this means for the chip sector is Chris Miller. He is a Tufts Fletcher School Associate Professor. He's also the author of the book Chip War. And Chris, those stocks are up across the board today. Good news immediately, but what are the longer-term implications of what we heard from this weekend?
Well, I think chip companies will certainly be excited by the news about de-escalation between the U.S. and China, but for chips in particular, they've always been carved out of the U.S.-China trade negotiations because there's a separate trade investigation that the Trump administration is undertaking into semiconductors, and that's still in the process of being carried out. And so we're expecting to hear news at some point in the next couple of months about what exactly Trump wants to do with chip tariffs. And the president has been repeatedly on the record as saying he wants higher tariffs on semiconductors.
Yeah, I guess the question is if that sense of de-escalation extends into those investigations too, or if semiconductors are so different because the president just wants to have those manufactured here in the United States, and the best way to do that is to put these tariffs on them.
Well, we'll see. It does seem like there's a general de-escalatory trend across all the different country-wide trade negotiations that the Trump administration is undertaking. But if you listen to the president, the goods that he repeatedly mentions as wanting tariffs on is relatively short. It's metals like steel and aluminum, it's pharmaceuticals, and semiconductors are almost always on that list. And that's why there's been a separate process for tariffs on these goods. And so I think you're right to say that there is this general trend of de-escalation, but we should, I think, be aware that there are separate processes underway to think about what the right tariff rates on chips might be. And the fact that I think the administration believes their tariff threats have led to more semiconductor investment in the United States, that might actually encourage tougher policy on tariffs than the news out of the U.S.-China talks might suggest.
What are these companies doing? We hear here and there about investments they're planning in the United States, but are you able to give us a more comprehensive look at what it's meant?
Well, the biggest by far is TSMC, the Taiwanese chip maker, which has begun operating plants at a big campus in Arizona. It started investing actually during the first Trump administration, but TSMC's CEO visited the White House a couple months ago and stood next to President Trump and announced a major additional investment, and Secretary Lutnick was in Arizona visiting that campus, and it, I think, shows the focus of the Trump administration on TSMC's investments in Arizona. It's the world's largest chip maker, it's the world's most advanced chip maker, and so it's not a surprise that they're prioritizing additional build out of that company's plants in Arizona. And I think the administration believes that the tariff threats are central to their efforts to induce TSMC to keep investing in the future.
It's not just questions about the supply chain and being concerned that we don't have production here in the United States. There's also this element of national defense that comes into it, too, with NVIDIA in particular being told that it can't sell some of the chips that it had specifically marketed, the H20 chips, are created for China production. I mean, we've gotten some relief on that lately, but this is an issue that keeps coming back to the forefront. How would you anticipate this plays out?
Well, that's right. The Trump administration thus far has taken a relatively tough line on the export controls that limit the sale of these advanced chips, as well as chip-making tools to China. Right now, there's a debate in the White House about the next step around what's called the AI diffusion rule, which was a Biden-era rule that not only limited chip sales to China, but also to third countries that might then re-export them to China, like the Middle East or Southeast Asia. And right now, the White House is debating how strict their replacement of this rule should be. And I think there's still open questions in the administration about what type of path they want to take. But it's clear they're going to do something to replace this rule, because you can't have a situation in which you've got bans on sales of chips to China, but open sales of chips to third countries that will then sell them onwards to China. And so we're going to still end up with I think, a relatively restrictive environment around sales of these specialized AI chips to make sure that too many of them don't fall into the hands of Chinese companies.
Chris Miller. Chris, thank you.
All right, up next, another outage again at Newark Airport, putting one of the country's busiest airports into a tailspin. Details after the break. Then much more on the trade deal breakthrough and the president's tax bill on Capitol Hill with former OMB Director Mick Mulvaney and former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Squawk Box coming right back.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
What if you could invest in a future where skin cancer treatment is non-invasive and relatively painless? Medicus Pharma's groundbreaking solution delivers chemotherapy directly to the tumor site, offering a mostly painless alternative to invasive surgeries. With the skin cancer treatment market expected to exceed $20 billion by 2030, Medicus is poised to meet the demand for cost-effective, non-surgical options. Now advancing Phase 2 studies. Medicus Pharma, leading the charge in skin cancer innovation.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we operating on?
You mean arm?
It's all connected.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you sure you're an orthopedist?
Actually, I'm a Sagittarius.
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question? Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch.
Company does, what the sector does, what the CEO does. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks. When I have a CEO on the show, I want them to think I know their company as well or better than they do. If I can teach more people in the next 20 years than I have already, let's go to Ryan in Ohio. Ryan, then I have won.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. It means everything.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Take a look at the futures right now. We've got a lot of green on the screen amid this news that there's been some de-escalation in the tariffs.
Order filled. Order filled.
On both sides for now. 90-day pause. The Dow Jones
Order
up
submitted.
about 1,000, almost 1,100 points, or 1,080 points. Right
Order
now, the S&P
Order filled.
About 176 points. You're looking at the NASDAQ, if it opened up right now, up about 805 points. Meantime, that's the good news. We got some bad news. Another outage now at Newark Airport, and this is raising some more concerns about mounting air traffic control problems there and how they could cascade around the country. Phil LeBeau joins us with the latest. What's going on, Phil?
You know, Andrew, the ground stop yesterday was because there were communications issues, and while they were going for making sure that those were 100% as they should be, they wanted to get the redundant systems up, they decided just bring the flights down. Let's not sit here and risk any issues here. So here's where things stand regarding the Newark Airport and the attempts to get it fixed as quickly as possible. The FAA and airlines, they will be meeting on Wednesday. The subject matter, reducing daily flights. There are about 475, 480 daily flights. What level do they bring it down to where they feel they're comfortable that they won't have to constantly delay flights or ground stops? 2 official tech outages since April 28th. There was one on the 28th, and then there was one back on Friday. Yesterday, the ground stop, not technically an outage, doesn't matter to the people who were there. The hundreds who were delayed, for their purposes, it was an outage because the communication issues led them to do a ground stop. Cancellations in and out of Newark Airport yesterday, 86 flights. That's about 14-15% of their daily flights. And then in terms of delayed flights, 282. And we're not just talking 5-10 minute delays. We're talking lengthy delays, which is infuriating for the people who are flying out of Newark Airport. Here is the Secretary of Transportation talking on Meet the Press yesterday about the near and longer term attempts to fix Newark.
In the next several weeks, we're going to have this reduced capacity at Newark. I'm convening a meeting of all the airlines that serve Newark, get them to agree on how they're going to reduce the capacity. So you book, you fly. We are building a new line that goes directly from Newark to the Philly TRACON, which controls the New York airspace. What happens now is it goes from Newark to N90, which is where it used to be controlled, and then down to Philly. That doesn't make sense. We're going to have a direct line there.
When will that be completed?
So listen, it's a long distance, so we think by the end of the summer it should be completed.
United Airlines has the most exposure in terms of flights in and out of Newark Airport. It has already cut down its flights by 35 per day. They're going to likely have to come down even further. Scott Kirby has said New York flights for all airlines should be capped. We've talked about this before, guys. There is not slot restrictions in terms of flights. Sort of an honor system, if you will. And what you're going to see on the meeting on Wednesday is a stronger agreement in terms of how many flights for airlines and how many for the airport overall should be instituted immediately until this can get resolved.
Hey, Phil, I have 2 questions, both completely selfish, but hopefully they will help the public understand what's going on. For those folks who have reservations out of Newark over the summer, over the next 6 months, would you change them right now?
Depends on what the flight is. You know, I'm flying out of Newark when I'm going to the Paris Air Show. I'm sticking with that flight right now. But if you are flying in and out of Newark, let's say from Chicago into New York, and you can go into LaGuardia or into JFK, I've told my friends, sure, if you can, go somewhere else. Why risk it?
But how big of a problem is that for United? I mean, this is a situation where this is basically OPEC, and United is Saudi Arabia, and they're going to have to take bear the brunt of most of these cuts. I mean, I'm booking elsewhere too. I'm booking a flight for this week. I went out of LaGuardia instead of Newark, even though I've been trying to get back to my 1K
You're not
status
alone.
this year.
You're not alone. And look, it's a challenge for United. It's their third busiest hub. They would rather not have to cut back flights there. But the alternative, it's not working. It's not working at all. Because if you're keeping these flights and then canceling, then you run into people who are saying, well, I wouldn't have done that. Why didn't you know further in advance, United Airlines or any airline going into Newark? So as a result, it's not optimal. So, I mean, and I know I'm understating that, saying it's not optimal.
And Phil, let me just ask you just about the safety question, because I think that is something that persists. Despite what folks have said, when you hear or you read that there are moments, even 30 seconds, where somehow the controller can't actually communicate with the pilots. That, to me, just by default, is something that I would imagine would be deeply concerning, especially when people are trying to land, when people are trying to take off. There's obviously lots of traffic in the skies above the New York and New Jersey area to begin with. What do you think of that as somebody who's covered this industry as long as you have?
It's horrific. If you are flying, you want to know that there is constant communication, that it's happening instantaneously. And even if it's 30 seconds, and yes, the odds are that your plane is going to have an issue with another aircraft within those 30 seconds? Odds are no. But you don't want to risk that at all. It's also infuriating to me, Andrew, that we've known about this for decades. This is not like something that just came up and people were like, oh, how did this happen? We've known about it for decades. And yet this government, the United States government, Congress, they have kicked the can down the street time and again. And now you have the Secretary of Transportation saying, okay, once and for all, let's fix it. And what he wants is authorization. You give him the money, he will bid it out, and they do it all at one time. Not this piecemeal appropriations committee. Come back to us and tell us when you need more money. I think that's the most infuriating part of this. You've known this was an issue.
Can you help me with two pieces of this? And I ask out of ignorance, so I apologize if I didn't know this. This idea of outages in the sky where the control towers can't communicate with the planes.
Order submitted.
For 30 seconds, 90 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it is. That's been going on for years.
Order submitted.
To what extent, we don't know. I've not seen an audit done in terms of how often these types of glitches or outages have happened. So, Andrew, I can't answer your question authoritatively and say, look, it's been happening, every couple of months over the last couple of years. But, look, what's happening right now is you have the air traffic control. They're bringing that aircraft into the airport. The takeoff and landing is the most critical part. When you're up at 35,000, rarely do you have an issue with an aircraft. It's the takeoff and landing that is the most critical part. And that's why the lack of communication, even for 30 seconds, is completely unacceptable.
And Phil, can you just then explain in terms of just finally, whatever backup, redundancy, or otherwise, the systems that they put in place over the summer? Now, I know they wanted to build out things, obviously, for the entire network across the country.
Longer
they want
term,
all the money appropriated. As I imagine, as a taxpayer, I think we should all hope this gets fixed and gets fixed in the right way. But what is it exactly that they can do to create a backup system that doesn't exist today? What does that look like? I don't think I fully understand.
So there's a number of different issues. Let's take the ground stop yesterday. It was a communication issue that they were having. Not that they lost communication with the aircraft, but it was not as crisp and clear as the air traffic controllers would like. They immediately said, we're not comfortable with this. Therefore, they did a ground stop, and they wanted to make sure that the redundant system, the backup system, was working. So they're doing exactly what they should be doing. It's not like the air traffic controllers are asleep at the wheel and going, I guess, I'm not really sure if I'm communicating. So what you're going to see is, in terms of the communications, A, make sure the most up-to-date equipment is in place and working, and B, have the backup system there. And then you heard the Secretary of Transportation talk about the fiber line. Right now, it's copper in terms of communication from the airport to the N90 to Tracon. Why it's still copper, who knows? And it's going to be a fiber line by the end of the summer.
Okay. Phil LeBeau, thank you for walking us through all the different permutations of this. I don't know if you made me feel better or worse, but I feel more informed, so thank you.
Order filled.
Order filled.
In the meantime, Hamas has announced the imminent release of Aiden
Order
Alexander.
filled.
Order filled.
He's a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen and the last known living American hostage held in Gaza. He was taken by Hamas during the October 7th attacks. That release could lay the groundwork for a new ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. President Trump says that the release is hopefully a step toward ending the war. These were negotiations that the Trump administration has been involved in. I don't think the Israelis have had a lot to do with this, but he's a local boy here from Tenafly, New Jersey, and so this has been long awaited. Up next, House Republicans pulling back on the curtain on their tax bill. We'll talk about that and the tariff deal between the United States and China. Right now, as we head to a break, let's take a look at this week's
Order
filled.
This morning, that would be ahead of the opening bell. Right now, big gains across the board. Amazon, the biggest winner, up by 8.6%.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
American manufacturers power our economy. At Biz2 Credit, we help them grow with fast, flexible financing. Financing that means more jobs, more growth, and more made in America. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next. Scan the code to learn more.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary stamp, they then take out loans using your home equity, and the worst part of it is, you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. This right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Competition is a huge part of ambition. I've raced cars for about 30 years. Car racing is so competitive, kind of like the financial markets. CNBC's audience is the most ambitious audience.
Book your getaway today.
Some things are just better at home. Our flooring experts come to you so you can compare hundreds of samples in your home. It's our best sale of the year. Get up to 45% off your entire project.
800-588-2300 Today.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who only goes outside when nature calls. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price. Delivered fast, right to their door. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy. I would characterize it very much as President Trump, the equivalent of President Trump's relationship with Party Chairman Xi. They have a good relationship, but they both advocate strongly for their respective countries, for their respective citizens. So it was always respectful. We have the two largest economies in the world. We were firm and we moved forward. We tried to identify shared interest. We came with a list problems that we were trying to solve. And I think we did a good job on that.
Trade breakthrough between the U.S. and China. Negotiators agreeing to temporarily suspend most of the tariffs on each other's goods. Join us now, Mick Mulvaney, co-chair of ACTM, a former OMB director and former White House chief of staff under President Trump, and Heidi Heitkamp, a former North Dakota senator and director of the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics. We don't know the entire sequence of what this means, I don't think, Heidi, and what happens over the next 90 days. But what was your reaction when you heard the news over the weekend?
I think it's really good news. It's good news for the economy. And I think President Trump put an adult in the room and he was able to go there. But let's not kid ourselves. This is detente. And I listened to your earlier interview, Joe, with the secretary who talked about non-tariff barriers. And those will be very, very difficult to negotiate. And so I think this is a good first step. I think that it is an unforced error. We didn't need to take this step. I think if he had such a good relationship, he could have done this without threatening the livelihood of a lot of American small businesses. But this is really good news, and we should take it that way.
But they're tough. And you look at IP theft and, fentanyl and all those things. I know it's nice to smile and say, gosh, be nice to us, President Xi, but they're ruthless, Heidi. I mean, you don't have to, it doesn't take a genius to see that sometimes you got to play hardball.
Well, Joe, I think that this didn't need to happen, and Liberation Day is I think in the rearview mirror. One thing I would say is 90 days. Everything's in 90 days. How is he going to negotiate all these deals? And this is very complicated work. You know it, and I know it, and so we'll see what happens. But I think we should all take a sigh of relief that. We have detente. We'll see what the deal looks like when it's done.
Mick, did it need to be done? I mean, nobody else has done it to this point. Was China a serious problem for us?
Oh, absolutely, they're a serious problem. And I do think it needed to be done. I think Trump needed to send the message that he was deadly serious. But if you're looking for good news, I think the good news is now we've sort of put to rest the ultimate question. When Liberation Day got announced, in fact, I think we talked about this on the show, were tariffs there for the purposes of staying there forever and for the purposes of rebuilding the manufacturing base in the U.S.? Are we going to be making textiles and shoes in this country again? Or were tariffs there for the purpose of leverage for negotiating deals? And I think now we pretty much know what the answer to that question is. You see it with the UK, you're seeing it today with China. This is leverage. Donald Trump is one of the best I've ever seen at making leverage out of nothing. I do think it's necessary. I think Heidi's absolutely right, though. We are nowhere near having a deal. I think when we cut a deal with the Chinese back in 2018, it took us 18 months. The UK deal, I think, is still just a term sheet, so we're several months away there. So I count this, as Heidi mentioned, progress in the right direction, but certainly far from final success.
Mick, if you were still budget director, how would you be answering questions about this big, beautiful bill? And if we extend 2017 and add all those other tax breaks, what would you say about the budgetary implications? Would you say we'll do things with Medicaid and SNAP and things like that? How would you say it's all going to be growth from deregulation? How would you sell it to make it more palatable to deficit hawks?
If I'm the OMB director, the answer might be different than if I'm still a member of Congress. The OMB director works for the president, so I'd be out there saying exactly what the administration is saying, which is that we need this for growth. If we don't do anything, it's the largest tax increase in history. What does that do to the economy, Joe? I know you know the answer to that question. It's mostly rhetorical on this network, but it's a huge tax increase. We know what that does to the economy. That would be my push as the OMB director. As a former member of Congress and one of the last remaining fiscal conservatives, I guess, in Washington, D.C., I'd be having a heart attack over what it does to the deficit. I want to know where the real cost savings are. And are they real or are they sort of imaginary? Well, there's all sorts of different ways to say you're cutting spending in Washington when you're not really. So we've got the preliminary data out, or at least the preliminary proposal over the weekend. We're a long way yet from seeing what the real impact is. And my fear is at the end of the day, it will be easier for folks in Washington to raise taxes than it will be to cut spending.
Heidi, we had a different guest that I was prepared for earlier, but and then we got you to come along. But I'm going to see if you have a lot of times.
I'm your second choice, Joe.
No, you're always our first choice. but I'm just going to see whether you have the same talking points. He was going to say that this is another example of Donald Trump cutting taxes for his billionaire friends and for the rich corporations, and that nobody else benefits. Is that on your? Is that in your notes?
No, that wouldn't be in my notes. I think it's Steve Scalise who put the damper on Trump's idea that we should tax millionaires at a higher rate. I thought it was interesting. I think when you look at Donald Trump, what he's been talking about is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. What about Social Security? He's backed off that because that has dire effects on the Social Security Trust Fund. And now he's talking about taxing millionaires. You know, the one thing about Donald Trump is he can read the room. And his room is working class folks. And when this comes out and they cut Medicaid and they cut SNAP benefits and there is no benefit to, the message is that millionaires still get their tax deal. And I watched as Andrew had a very sharp and pointed discussion with Scalise about carried interest.
Well,
And
Trump
so
wants to do that.
I would not say,
that's not Trump high. Trump wanted to do the carried interest.
I get it. But my point is that Donald Trump knows that when this package comes out, if it comes out the way the House is moving, that this is not this is a package that will get talked a lot about by Democrats because it's a package that is going to richly benefit rich people. And I think Donald Trump understands that. So I would say it's not Trump, I'd say it's the House.
There's been op-eds written, by the Wall Street Journal, I admit, saying that Trump and the Republicans will be hesitant to do anything with Medicaid because you'll hear from Democrats that they'll demagogue it and say you're cutting Medicaid and pushing grandma off the cliff again. Mick, isn't there a way to do things with Medicaid where it doesn't benefit working age, perfectly healthy men that I think Scalise said 35-year-olds living in their parents' basement playing video games, and not pregnant women and disabled people? It's a mess right now. Can't you do it in a surgical way that actually improves Medicaid and saves money?
Not only can you do it, Joe, we did it back in 2017 in that budget. People forget Donald Trump's budget in 2017, which I helped write, was the largest reduction in mandatory spending in history. And it did not touch 65 and over Medicare, did not touch most of Medicaid, did not touch old age retirement within Social Security. It cut all the other programs that have been funded out of those giant pools of money for the last 30, 40, 50 years. Face it, when there's a giant pool of money in Washington, and Heidi knows this as well as anybody, people go there to get that money. And that's what's happened to Medicare and Medicaid, which is why they're so out of control. You can do a lot of work here and get a lot of real savings in entitlement mandatory programs without touching the things that people associate with Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. And Trump did it in 2017.
They say we got to go, Heidi. You want to yell at Mick or something?
No, I totally agree. But I also think that if you did it, you did it once. And let me tell you, I think that the Democrats would be wise to agree to some form of work requirements. But by the same token, waste, fraud, and abuse, let's see it. The AGs were already supposed to be investigating it. So we'll live to fight this another day, I think, on the Medicaid issue.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mick Mulvaney. Where are you living now, Heidi? Are you in Chicago or are you still in North Dakota?
I'm in the beautiful city of Chicago, yearning for my beautiful home in North Dakota. How's that?
That's nice.
I worked for Heidi last year, Joe. I worked for Heidi at the University of Chicago. I worked for Heidi at the University of Chicago last year.
She's a tough boss, right?
He was wonderful. He was wonderful with the students.
This is nice.
Thank you. Thank you, Mick.
This is nice. This is nice. That's really nice to see. All right, thank you, Senator Heitkamp, Mick Mulvaney. Touching, really.
Coming up next, more on today's big market moves and the breaking news this morning of a deal on trade with China. Mohammed Al-Arian is going to join us with his take on what happens next over the next 90 days and more. As we head to a break, a look at the top performers in the S&P 500 this morning. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box coming right back.
We empower those who act, those who see the correlation between predictability and probability, those who manage risk by anticipating each movement. Flawless execution, timing, and accuracy. Identify the goal, match power with precision, reach new heights. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
Someone once said you can't be confident without being curious. That was us. At T. Rowe Price, making investment moves with precision means asking questions others don't. It's how our managers design active ETFs to outperform the index. Amazing things can happen when you ask better questions.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
You give eye exams.
I give fresh starts, better vision, healthy eyes. Everybody wants that.
Hero Doc saves vision.
Well,
Hero Owl saves money. Use your vision insurance for exams, glasses, and contacts, all at America's Best.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The suspension of the most extreme tariffs on China having a big impact on the outlook for Fed rate cuts. The market zooming higher this morning. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joining us right now. Steve.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, futures markets have quickly priced out a summer Fed rate cut after the U.S. deal with China for a 90-day extreme tariff pause, pushing ahead the first cut to the fall and eliminating a third rate cut from the Fed this year. So the probability of the first cut coming in July fallen to 43% from 69% on Friday. September is now priced with a 79% probability of that first cut. A second cut now in October, just barely priced in with more confidence that it happens in December. And the third cut in December, right out, as Monty Python would have said. Markets clearly bet that the Fed would meet the stagflation threat by ignoring inflation and just addressing weaker growth. The Fed last week throwing some cold water on that idea, saying risks to both higher inflation and unemployment had increased. Well, the risks to both this morning would now seem to be lower, though not necessarily disappeared. A key question, says Evercore ISI, in our mind is whether businesses have seen enough to look through the uncertainty as well and move ahead with hiring and investment decisions. Well, we get the CPI tomorrow. That should still only show some modest tariff effects. That headline comes in at 0.2 versus 0.1. The core 0.3 versus 0.1, but the headline comes down nicely to 2.3. That's well within the Fed's target range for the CPI, but the core remains just a touch elevated at 2.8. So some tariff-related price increases will still hit the economy, with showing up maybe as soon as tomorrow. 30% tariffs on China, still high. Uncertainty extends 90 days into the future, but clearly recession chances have to be lower now, and it would seem the possibility of lower tariffs on our other trading partners have now increased. Andrew?
Okay. Steve, thank you for that. We're going to continue this conversation. I'm curious what Mohamed Al-Arian thinks of all this. He's now at the table, Chief Economic Advisor at Allianz, President of Queens College at Cambridge University. The markets are liking what they're hearing right now. It's a 90-day reprieve. the next 90 days super volatile, or do you think it's a nice straight line?
It's not a straight line, and you're going to be really frustrated when you hear the opinion of economists like me, because you're going to be reminded of President Truman asking for a one-handed economist, because there's so many issues in play. What we know for sure is the first thing you've heard is whatever your probability of Fed cuts was, now it's fewer cuts and later. And what we know for sure is that economic activity over the next 90 days will be higher than it would have been otherwise, if only because people want to exploit a short-term window. Beyond that, you have all sorts of questions that have to be resolved. You have to figure out not just the economics, but the politics and national security implications of all this.
Explain this, though, and I think this was a question Joe was trying to ask Scott Besson about. The idea that we were supposed to have, that we were going to see in the economic numbers a sense that there had been a paralysis, that had changed capital investment, that had changed the way the consumer was behaving. There are still economists out there who say, we're going to see it in the numbers. We're going to see it in the, we just haven't. They're surprised they haven't. They say, oh, no, it's not this month. You got to look in June. You got to look in July. Will we see that?
The answer is, I don't know, but I suspect so. The soft data has collapsed. The hard data has been incredibly robust. And that's why economists who look at the soft data extrapolate from that. Economists that look at the hard data extrapolate from that. My own gut feeling is we will get some slowing in the economy. We will get some higher inflation. But most CEOs will remain in the wait and see. Let's see what happens after 90 days.
What does that do to employment, though? Because that's something else that we think is what Jay Powell would otherwise be watching.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any spike in unemployment. I think CEOs are just waiting. They don't want to take any major decisions that has longer-term consequences. If you lay someone off and it's wrong, you've got to find someone else, retrain them. So any decisions that have longer-term implications, people will wait for now.
Mohammed, you were really dovish on inflation, and I remember I was like needling you that you thought 3% was okay. You said 2.5 to 3, and you said the only reason they're at 2 is because of what country decided on 2?
New Zealand in the 1990s.
You said that's just the New Zealand rate. So now the tariffs, going to be a 90-day pause. So the prospect of the tariff, the inflation caused by tariffs is taken off the table. Why immediately say that the growth side looks better instead of saying, oh, there probably won't be inflation? Why doesn't it free the Fed to lower rates since they don't have to worry about inflation and lower mortgage rates, get the economy, in case there is, some hangover from this and unemployment? Why not preempt it? Why not do it since inflation is not a problem?
So the inflation impact is ambiguous. So beforehand, we had a total embargo on trade, a total embargo on trade.
With China?
With China. And the result of that is that a lot of activity wasn't going to take place. Now, you're going to have some activity taking place, good for growth, but it will be taking place at a higher price, bad for inflation. This is why there's so many different forces in play. I think the major question you have to ask yourself is, if you were a CEO, Joe, what would you do? If you had to have a major decisions, what would you do right now?
Well, I'd bring everyone back 5 days a week. That's the first thing I'd do.
I would do that too. What else would we do beyond that?
I would definitely, not have any relationships with anyone that worked at the company. I think that would be my second. Isn't that important? And you mean actual strategic moves?
So what you're hearing now, for example, is in the past we realized that our supply chain should be C+1, China plus somewhere else. Now we think it should be C plus 2 or 3. Now, if you go down that path, then that means rewiring supply chains.
Right.
I mean, how much of it comes back to the United States? Does it foster investment in the United States, or is that just to try and keep the Trump administration happy?
No,
and if it does, so what?
I think if you get clarity from the administration that our real goal is revenues and reshoring, which means that tariffs will stay high permanently, it comes back. If, however, you hear them talk about a fairer trading system, and we have escalated to de-escalate, then you don't bring it back.
Let's say we have a 10% tariff across the board, and that's sort of almost like our version of a VAT. I know they're not the same, but what would that ultimately do in terms of bringing in revenue? Would you be happy with that? Would you think that would actually create a real damper on economic movement?
So it will not bring in massive revenues. companies recalibrate but will not reshore. 10% is not enough for companies to reshore.
They're just going to move to other countries, potentially.
Certainly, people are going to have much more diversified supply chains.
And we can decide that's a good thing. Inflationary in the short term, likely.
Correct. Inflation in the short term, deflation in the long term. That's absolutely the case on that, yes. So this is why you will get really frustrated as more and more economists opine, because there's so many possibilities right now. When I was here last time, I told you we are on a very bumpy journey to two destinations. One is fragmentation, and the other one is the U.S. is stronger in a fairer trading system. We are now slightly higher on the second probability, but it's a 50-50 situation.
You missed $58 oil, $57 oil. That's another reason why inflation might not...
Correct, correct. And also,
you think
rates are back up.
Does it stay here at 63, or is it possible it was supply and goes back down, or this is a knee-jerk?
So it will depend on President Trump's visit to 3 OPEC countries.
Yeah, that's coming up.
And see what happens there.
Mohammed, I want to thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Big morning, big moves. Squawk Box coming back with more of those moves after this.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars?
Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types.
Workday's AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they?
Oh, interns.
We're interns.
Good night!
I'll see you tomorrow.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Breaking earnings news, Under Armour, Cisco, Walmart, Deere, reporting, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC. Plus.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
As a member of Navy Federal Credit Union, Nick feels financially at ease, which means he can worry about other things, like crossing this river. What if his feet get wet? Did he bring extra socks? Are there salmon in the river? Are salmon aggressive? Nick has a lot of things to worry about. But as a member of Navy Federal, his finances aren't one of them. Become a member today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Let's get to Eamon Javers with some breaking news on President Trump and drug prices. Eamon.
Joe, officials just finished a briefing here on the executive order that the president is going to sign at 9:30 this morning on drug prices. A little bit vague here on some of the details as to exactly what the authority is for the president to do this, but a couple of points to bring to you. One is that they're saying that the Secretary of Health and Human Services will be directed to facilitate direct consumer sales at what they're calling most favored nation prices for drugs. And then also that within 30 days, the Secretary of Health and Human Services will set clear targets for price reductions across all markets in the United States. And that, they say, is going to open a round of negotiation between Health and Human Services and industry And if they don't make adequate progress in those negotiations, then HHS will impose most favored nation pricing via what they're calling rulemaking here. So what you're looking at is a negotiation that starts, and then if they don't get the prices that they're looking for within that negotiation, then they're going to use some regulatory authority. So for now, a little bit squishy on where all that negotiation might end up, Joe, in terms of what the actual prices end up being for all these drugs, for all these companies. Back over to you.
All right, Eamon, and whether it sticks, and so many things to talk about with this, but the initial, that's not too bad as far as the initial reaction goes, Eamon, for some of these stocks, but down but not out. Thank you. All right.
You bet.
All right, let's take a look again at where the market stands overall. We've seen massive gains this morning. Dow futures still up better than 1,000 points right now, just a half hour to go to the opening bell. NASDAQ's indicated up by about 780 points, and then you've got the S&P 500 indicated up by 170. We've also seen higher yields in the Treasury market this morning. The last I looked, the 2-year, back above 4%, and the 10-year at 4.46. We've been watching the Fed futures, and as Steve Leisman points out, a rate cut in July, the FOMC from the FOMC is now being taken off the table by the market. That went from better than 65% to just about 48%. Overnight. I'm watching some of these things. You can see WTI this morning, too, sharply higher. WTI at 63.28. That's a gain of 3.7%. Brent is up by 3.5% to $66.16. And then crypto prices, Bitcoin barely lower. It's still above 103,000, 103,880. And again, kind of watching and waiting to see what happens next. We spoke with the Treasury Secretary earlier this morning.
Who is next?
Japan has made some comments this morning, but maybe you see India a little faster. We'll see what happens.
You don't want to be last.
Yeah, this probably will spur some movement among some of those other discussions, too. Anyway, that does it for us today. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Squawk on the Street.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, who's back. David Faber here post-night of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks do look to soar 3% at the open as those U.S.-China trade talks bring a 90-day pause on those high tariff levels. S&P looks to approach the break-even level for the year so far. Our roadmap begins with its breakthrough in talks. The U.S. and China agreeing to slash tariffs for 90 days. Treasury Secretary on CNBC earlier this morning says he's likely to meet with China again in the next few weeks to work on a bigger agreement.
Apple reportedly is considering raising prices on its iPhones this fall, but it is avoiding linking any of those increases to tariffs. And President Trump expected to sign an executive order, that would be this hour, signing that order to slash drug prices by what might be, at least according to his various posts on social media, as much as 80%. Shares of many of the big pharma names are down this morning ahead, of course, that announcement.
Let's begin with the U.S.-China trade agreement sparking this global rally today. For 90 days, the reciprocal tariffs between both countries will be cut from 125% to 10%. The U.S. 20% duties on Chinese imports related to fentanyl will remain in place, meaning total tariffs on China stand at about 30%. China tariffs on U.S. imports are lowered to 10%. This is what the Treasury Secretary had to say from Geneva earlier on Squawk.
We have a process. Now we have a meeting mechanism. We loosely christened it the Geneva mechanism.
Canceled.
So I don't know where we'll meet again. A very agreeable meeting here. We got a lot done over 2 days. So I would imagine that in the next few weeks, we will be meeting again to get rolling on a more fulsome agreement.
Jim City's calling it phase 1.5. What do you think? How are you framing this one?
I think it's amazing. I left thinking that might be the biggest weakness in this market would be that there would just be adversarial meeting after adversarial meeting, and we'd all be dealing with these rancor, and there could be no way that we'd ever get to where we'd have a pause like the other countries. This, to me, is a signal that there is maybe a different kind of President Trump happening. I think that Secretary Bessent, you know, David, is going to be totally in line with President Trump. But President Trump seems to be looking for less confrontational style. And this may be the beginning of what I regard as being kind of a little more politics as usual, not for Trump.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Doesn't it feel like playbook? Sort of, you go high with your ask, and then you come and you negotiate, and the whole art of the deal. Why is this different? Okay. I mean, by the way, and also still uncertain, where we end up on certain things.
Well, because I'm taking this as a piece with diffusion, with the way that the semiconductors he's trying to pull away from, making so that China's as much of an adversary. So I think, yes, you've got art of the deal going, but you also have this, wait a second, maybe we ought to be more a part of the Council of Nations. Maybe we should make it so that China, let's pull back from the idea that Taiwan could be in play. Let's pull back from the idea that there's a military solution to this. Because that, and the reason I said that was the huge bear case, David. That was the bear case on the world. Take that bear case off and just make it so it's a trade negotiation. Feels very different.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think there would be many who would argue, well, if that really was the case, then you could conceivably have not gone after our allies in the same way that you did after our enemies.
True, but maybe...
and that you could have built a coalition that conceivably would have effectively dealt with China in a different way.
Somebody mentioned I've been trying to see whether there was a coalition of the willing, and there was none. But I think what I'm trying to get at is the word choice that you just used. Take enemy off the table. Take tough trade partner on the table. This is the Navarro versus the Bessent.
So who's winning?
Hardliner. I think now it's Bessent's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
I know Navarro was on TV last week. Peters comes on TV a lot. But
yeah, I mean, 30% on China, which we have for the next 90 days, is more of a, to your point.
Yes.
Something certainly that companies can work with, I would think. And will conceivably, Carl, reinvigorate some trade, which of course has come to a complete stop over the last couple of weeks, at least, between our two countries.
Wasn't that the worry that when you went around the world, people just said, oh my God, so there's going to be the end of trade? Remember, the empty ships, the notion of the bullet dropping down, the idea that there's no more, take it off the table. It's not business as usual, but if you're a retailer today, you're thinking, I'll have something on the shelf.
So you will, if you were a retailer, you would resume some orders. Yes,
you would.
We'll watch freight rates. We're watching the shippers today up double digits.
Absolutely.
The question is, what happens after the 90 days? And once you feel like your inventory is at a reasonable level, do you keep ordering?
Right, and then I think you have to see some good faith. But in this case, maybe the good faith is we don't see as much fentanyl. Now, I've never necessarily bought the fentanyl story because I think that it's very Mexico-oriented. But I also know that America is transfixed by the, as President said, it's what he knows people who have died from fentanyl.
He did. He said he has a personal stake in some of this.
And look, I think that was also unusual. It had to do with a man who has not shown his hand to be anything other than the Treasury Secretary. It was good to see there's a person behind the Treasury Secretary.
We have heard from Reuters this morning, sources say that de minimis not covered in this one.
I
think
know
that is a vulnerability for small business?
I thought so, and I thought Amazon up big. Well, maybe they're just optimistic. Amazon at 5 a.m. was up the most. I don't know. I question that. I do think that Apple, as we get into Apple, it's they're putting...
Right. We should point out, de minimis, we're talking about 800 or below.
But Temu and
Shein being affected. Yeah.
Right. And that didn't seem to be a breakthrough there.
No, that is not included in this.
Right.
So that continues to be...
But David, can I just point out, you know, I was away for a week. Thank you, Carl. We can go to that later. I was away for a week, and I saw the usual billionaires come on CNBC and some people coming on Scott's show and just talking about short, and that this rally was a phony rally. The whole rally since Liberation Day, and we have to halt that because there are the Liberation Days from World War II. But Liberation Day seemed to be the beginning of a terrible time for our country because that was the Peter Navarro winning, prevailing over the president. Then it looks like Bessent prevails. But what I think is more important when you see today is I came back and think, and I did a piece yesterday for the club, it isn't that we haven't fallen apart, as people thought, but our stocks were kind of cheap, and they're made cheap by the fact that there's so many people who are saying you got to get out. So many shorts, Carl. and they are dying today. And I want the billionaire class that comes on our network, including one last week, out in the likes, I'm not going to name them, just saying, listen, get out, get out, get out. And the get out has caused so many people to actually get out.
No, I don't think that's right, though. I think most retail investors didn't get out. They actually were the smart ones.
It's the institutions who freaked.
It's the institutions who get out. Yeah, the retail investor, I think, largely speaking, has stayed put. So
okay, but
by the way, your Mad Money audience has probably been okay.
But I sit there every day and say, don't be scared by the billionairistas.
Well,
who come on
and they're not.
No, because they know that these people they only know one thing, to cry wolf. I'm like so sick of wolf. I'm taking wolf off the table.
In this market, it's more the quants that run things anyway. These enormous funds, quantitatively driven, whatever you want to call them, the algorithms and everything else. And a lot of that is to do with momentum. And ultimately, one way or the other, they're momentum trackers.
Well, how about thought?
And then you get a huge reversal like today, for example, where, and again, a lot of it is there, I think,
Grok was very bullish.
It's not the billionaires necessarily.
Grok was very bullish.
Grok was bullish.
I put up my portfolio.
On April 7th, was Grok bullish?
I put my portfolio with Grok and said every one of these seem to be reasonably priced. And they do that thing. I do it as like, this is Jim Cramer's Mad Money. He goes, slam bang, Jim, they love them.
So this is what it's come to at this point. You put your portfolio into Grok, and
you're talking to machines.
That's great. 20 years of Mad Money was a good run for you, buddy. Well done. Now we're on to artificial intelligence telling you what to do.
There were moments, like I have a guest tonight, and I didn't know the company, so I went to Grok, and Grok gave me an analysis. It's a place to start, not a place to finish.
I agree. But lead me in, and it is refreshing. Perhaps we will get back to leading our show once again with advances in AI and the impact in the marketplace as opposed to talking about
maybe
trade
new
policy.
features in the next iPhone, as the Journal points out today.
That's right.
Yes.
Hey, when I was away, the most important thing that happened was the NQ, many people regard as the #2 at Apple, it indicated that there is a decline, and Google got crushed.
Yes.
I saw Google up 5 this morning. I said, okay, can we at least have it relate somewhat to China? Google's not China.
No, but it's wrapped up in what's going on here with the NASDAQ and this incredible move that we're going to see this morning, most likely when we start trading in 20 minutes.
True, but I was trying to get into it. Like, not all NASDAQ stocks are created equal.
No, they're not. Now, that said, Alphabet trades at about 15 times earnings.
Well, maybe its earnings are the estimates are wildly overstated.
To your point, there are plenty of people who believe that their ultimate monopoly in search, so to speak, is truly under siege in the way that we had originally thought, that then many investors came back on and said, no, they're really going to be able to maintain it. So, yeah, you're right, Jim. That will be something I'm sure we discuss and want to look for various data points on in weeks and months to come. Because it's not unimportant when you have $168 billion in revenues coming from ads or something like that.
Right. Well, 200, some people say it's 200 billion. I don't want to nitpick. I think that this is a great day for the longs and an impossible day for the shorts. Impossible. Unless they're short all drugs.
Yeah. Right, which we got to get to, obviously, these executive orders, this executive order and what it means, doesn't mean.
Pharma is definitely the hole in the donut this morning.
Oh, man.
Let's get some more on the Treasury Secretary's comments this morning on the trade agreement. Eamon Javers is at the White House. Interesting, Eamon, later this morning, he also framed the April 2 levels as a ceiling and the current levels as a floor.
Yeah, and fascinating, Carl. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said on CNBC this morning that the deal reached in Geneva over the weekend is just a pause for 90 days, and negotiations are not going to be easy going forward. But he said that both sides are approaching the talks with respect and a recognition that they have mutual interests. He also said there's going to be another meeting in a few weeks to get rolling on what he called a more fulsome agreement.
Now that we have brought these very high tariffs down to 10%, I think the markets, business people live in the future. So I think we can go through at that 10% baseline, which is very easy to calibrate with.
Bessent said he was encouraged that the Chinese are now serious, in his words, about stopping the flow of precursor drugs to fentanyl, which is one of the president's key priorities in the bilateral relationship. And he said that the U.S. does not want a generalized decoupling, but instead wants a decoupling around strategic supply chains that are critical for the American economy. So a narrower goal there. The statement released by the two countries came just after 3 a.m. East Coast time, with both countries agreeing to temporarily suspend most of the tariffs between their economies. The so-called Reciprocal tariffs will be cut from 125% down to 10%. In the U.S., 20% tariff relating to fentanyl will remain in place, leaving a total tariff rate of 30% on China. The pause is set to begin on Wednesday, setting up a 90-day negotiating period between the two countries. And guys, that is going to be an intense period of negotiation. We'll see where they land.
The other comments, he talked about this at Milken as well, Eamon, but mentioned that the deregulatory phase of this sort of evolution of the economy will start to kick in Q3 and Q4.
Yeah, and you've heard Bessent sort of pitch ahead, really, past the tariffs into tax cuts, which he's very focused on, and into deregulation, right? And so what he's trying to argue here is that, we are having a sort of disruptive moment with tariffs, but there are other things for the economy that are coming from the Trump administration that are going to be beneficial. And so he's really keen to make sure that investors are focused on those things as well.
Eamon, you were reporting it towards the top of the last hour, of course, on the executive order in terms of pharma and trying to lower drug prices. I mean, we did go through this at the end of the Trump administration, I believe, and a lot of it went to court, and they got injunctions and the like. Can you explain what they actually can accomplish here in the near term in terms of immediate effect on drug prices, or is this something that's got to play out over a period of time and ultimately needs legislation?
Yeah, it's going to have to play out over a period of time, David. And officials briefing reporters on a conference call just a short time ago were a little bit vague on sort of what their authority is to do this. But it's clear that what's going to happen now is they're going to set up a negotiating period of time between HHS, Health and Human Services, and the pharmaceutical industry. And then at some point, if the administration doesn't like the prices that are coming out of that negotiation, then they're saying they're going to move forward with regulatory rulemakings on the pharmaceutical industry. So I guess the key here for the pharmaceuticals is to see what they can get out of that negotiation. Can they give something that is sort of minor enough that they feel like they can live with it and the administration can declare victory on lowering drug prices? That would probably be the sweet spot for industry. Industry's been pushing back on this idea for years, and now it looks like the president's intent on moving ahead to the extent that he can. Obviously, you could end up in court on all this and see where that lands.
Well, Jim, this morning you were citing the Commerce Clause.
Yeah, I mean, you've never been able to do it. I mean, even Nixon in his heyday grab for power couldn't do it. I mean, this is not tariffs. Right. This is a congressional-led, because of the Commerce Clause issue. And David, it's negotiation no matter what. You can't do by fiat, and I think you're already seeing a walk back.
I mean, the stocks are coming well off the lows that we saw in the pre-market.
Yeah,
and they're walking back. But you're right. I mean, everything a handful of people I spoke to this morning, their opinion was you need legislation for this. There are certain drugs, by the way, in the Inflation Reduction Act that will have price drops as a result. They no longer seem as focused, by the way, in the administration on.
Good morning.
This larger issue, which makes sense in a lot of ways, is we've been subsidizing in Europe, for example, defense for those countries and pharma, because they do pay lower prices than we do, and so the U.S. consumer ends up being the one paying for the innovation as a result of paying higher prices. You could imagine some scenario ultimately where that is equalized, and that might make sense. But how you get there, Jim, is not through necessarily an executive order.
No, and by the way, I'm shocked. Mark Cuban, whom I think knows more about drug prices than anybody in the world, has a piece that he did a tweet just now. It's just apoplectic. I mean, what happened is that the middle person that Trump had identified as being part of the problem. This is the whole hidden prices and the rebates. And I've come around to thinking they just can't lose those companies, and I don't get it. Why don't we have an exchange? Very easy, do it online, everybody can benefit. They are just the most friction in a system I can ever.
Well, there is some legislation dealing with them, but I think it may be more benign. It is requiring more transparency, and perhaps that'll be enough. I don't know.
What up, Coffee?
But I do know that I'm not going against Cuban, who studied this business really closely. He knows too much.
Meantime, the congressional calculus is different this time.
Are you trading or no?
Tried this in the first term.
Look, I think that it's very interesting because I'm not
I have an issue with my platform too. A lot of issues, actually.
Come and say, listen, drug prices are fine, unless you're from the center from, I don't know, Indiana, probably, and a couple of places in New Jersey. But you should, I mean, there's a window these companies have to get paid for all of the risks they're taking, the capital they're investing, both in their own science and even more so in the companies they buy, whose science they buy along with it. And it's a precarious balance.
Yeah, don't touch it and just wait for a payout.
GLP-1s be more in the UK than we pay here. What? I'm sorry. Yeah, more here and less in the UK. No, because they argue because they're here intellectual property.
New futures is cheaper than that. Forex.
Keep saying that the big problem are the PBMs. They make the most.
Yeah, try it. Yeah. Well, some firm has end of day drawdown. I funded. What else I have? Tradeify. Take profit. They have end of day drawdown.
He loves you, bro. What?
Meantime, the street's gearing up for a big
But
rally
it's
this morning. Watch
not cheap. Like, well, the one you spend is a lot, so I don't know.
$15. VIX under 20, first time since March. Dollar best day since the election as we try to get back to the levels we started the year.
20 minutes. No, actually 10 minutes. The market's gonna open. But I hope we do dip so I can buy it up. Right now I ain't got nothing.
The Infiniti QX60, comfort redefined, luxury rediscovered. Sit back and immerse yourself in the Infiniti QX60.
What's up, buddy?
Discover true luxury at InfinityUSA.com.
Only service now connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every corner.
I think I'm gonna have a short at 975. Hopefully we hit.
Hattie in IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work with big stuff. AI helps GM solve customer problems before they're problems.
Oh, so we all work better together.
My work here is done.
Excuse me, which way back? At PGIM, finding opportunity in fixed income today helps secure tomorrow. Our time-tested fixed income suite, backed by over 145 years of risk experience, helps investors meet their goals. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
The club is really about empowerment. Empowering you to manage your own money.
One of the key benefits for me is knowing where Jim is going to buy or sell before he does it.
He teaches how to invest versus just what trades to make. What I like about Jim is he makes it easy for someone like me to understand how to invest my money properly.
Booyah, Jim. Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim.
Your way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave. I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3.
What's up, man?
Switch to Polestar. Offer ends June 2nd.
All right, we got 8 minutes before we get started with what is going to be a seriously higher up session in the early going. Of course, we don't know the rest of the day. We never do.
And a lot of times these up openings fade.
They do fade. Yeah. They can fade. And there are those who still believe we're in a, it's a bear market rally. Right. Look at the overall multiple for stocks and say, hey, we're 22 times. That's not the greatest. Like, are we in a better place than we were on Inauguration Day?
Right. And a lot of tech really came down. The price earnings multiples came down. You see the bike run all the way back up.
Yeah. All right, we're going to do a mad dash.
I want to talk about something I don't want to talk about.
Okay.
Because I like to shop there, but it's very existential. This is a Bernstein piece, Target, going hold to sell and really questioning. They say they're a share donor, David. Pricing its way off. And they kind of make you feel, where is it? Here? What?
Here they're going to a sell?
Now.
Here? Really?
Well, look,
maybe there's a lot more downside.
Well, they're saying they're losing customer appeal and market share in key discretionary categories. I do say it's got a good yield. I say that Brian Cornell is a good manager. I question, like you do you really come on board at this level with a fine retailer? Now, they did have a China. They do import a lot.
Hello.
They have all these house brands.
What is the
Hamster.
What is the key behind their downgrade to sell, though?
I'm going to say that the main thing is a lack
What's up,
of
man?
price leadership. They're losing customer appeal, but everything in this piece, this sell, hold to sell.
Are you trading options or no?
Price. And that comes back to the Walmart, Amazon, Costco problem. No one can keep pace with these three.
Nothing.
I keep hearing that we're going to get to a big three of retailers. You know that Kohl's has a lot.
Yeah, it sucks when it's up 5% or 4% free market. I don't know what to do.
Family Dollar pulling back.
I'm just gonna get Tesla Plus for fun.
Those three
Open.
companies, and that is exit stage.
Maybe. And listen, it is a rarity that you see a sell on
It's probably gonna dip and rip.
I don't think that Target is that.
I don't want to mess with
I don't think
it.
it's that big. It's got a good yield. They also have some optionality. But David, when I went to Target with Brian Cornell, I was struck. They are a little off their mark when it comes to price. But I shop at Walmart, I shop at Costco, and I can't believe the prices at those places. How good.
Right. Understood. All right, we got a big rally.
6 minutes.
Probably 5+ minutes away when we open right here. And don't forget, you can catch us anytime, anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Markets around the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share
Yeah, I do.
insights, information, and all of the
My
details
business, yeah.
that you need to make money.
Oh shit, that's a good deal. Hold on. That's a sick deal. Download it. So my funded future has 30% off expert. That's really good.
We know what you grill with charcoal, or griddle.
It's
We've got
fine.
the
It's
perfect
good.
grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place. Like Big Green Egg, reassembly and delivery of your new grill. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block. What you need in stock. With service so good it's
Cuno Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cuno, the brand I trust.
Omaha Steaks has taken the smash burger and flipped it on its head. Introducing Omaha Steaks Smash Burgers. These sizzling beauties are built for the grill. They come pre-smashed, so you don't need a griddle. From freezer to bun in just 5 minutes. And if that doesn't make you flip out, the taste definitely will. For a limited time, you'll get 16 free smash burgers at omahasteaks.com/smash.
Nvidia invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Launch out of the White House this morning. We are expecting the president to sign this executive order on drug pricing.
Oh, Trump's coming on.
When they get to Q&A, I think we might listen in. But for the time being, Jim, we made the point earlier that farmers not going to be able to ride this broader market wave today.
No, and look, I think there's a lot in play. They're a very unlike group by both Republicans and Democrats. At the same time, they've had a powerful lobby. I think the lobby seems to be checked. David, I think that Health and Human Services turned out to be the single most influx center of this market, and it's not been great for healthcare, whether we're talking about United Health.
It's not just the executive order on farmer prices, again, the future of which is still, I would argue, somewhat unclear in terms of the actual impact, but it is also RFK Jr., HHS, what's going on with the FDA in particular, not just the anti-vax, but even the new appointment who views oncology drugs in a different way, in terms of wants more time spent on their review and things of that nature. Remember, capital formation starts for emerging biotech companies where investors believe, oh, there's a chance that you're going to come up with something. Right. And if you're lucky there, they do, and then they sell themselves to big pharma.
That was your M&A.
That's how it works. Right. And you would disrupt that flow. By the way, Lena Khan also wanted to disrupt that flow because she wasn't letting these companies get sold.
Remember, she was giving Merck overtime, but I will tell you, in terms of price to earnings multiples, Carl, these trade like steel companies. You know, you've got a quality company like Pfizer. I know it has shot the lights out, 7.5 times earnings. I've always felt that Merck has some good size. You got that 8 times earnings. You've got J&J, which we know and everything a AAA balance sheet that it's doing badly. That's back to 14 times.
Okay, I'm getting this Tesla puts. Let's go. $1.55. 2 weeks out. Yeah, it's usually 200 at the discount. Yeah, the most I've seen the discount on the expert is like 20%. What the fuck? Put something in? Oh, my short sold out. Nice. I was playing the NQ for a top step, but yeah.
And it's important.
You mean the NRG deal?
Well, that's a good drop, but I don't want to. He's not on yet.
Advisors entered in a definitive agreement. NRG. I mean, they are spending $12 billion.
Yeah, it's supposed to sign something for a drug company to lower the drug prices.
The estimated new build replacement costs to buy essentially a portfolio of natural gas generation facilities and commercial and industrial virtual power plants from this portfolio owned by, I think it's private equity, but yeah.
But that, again, speaks to the idea of what's really going on in the world. Natural gas is really powering the data centers. People want to think that it's done mostly by natural. I mean, but you know what?
By the way, the whole thing that you see, look at the move up in energy.
I really love that because that is a data center play without having to open 3 Mile Island.
Right. And to the larger point that we've made many times, this is, as Jim just said, you can't power all of the data centers that are running all of the high-end chips.
They don't, so it's gonna hurt. It's gonna drop the pharmaceutical.
I made the point many times. XAI, Elon Musk's operation, when they built that giant data center.
Man, this dropped, dude. I don't want them long. Not yet, at least. Yeah, I'm waiting for like 750, 700 maybe. Wow, this is... What the hell? I have a long...
Theoretically, you could cut off Russia entirely with just using our natural gas. Carl, when I was in
20?
Belgium and Holland, again, courtesy of,
Uh,
I saw windmills everywhere, and yet windmills are about 20% because you just don't get enough powers. And
where my
as
Tradify
frustrating as
went
that is
long
for
and got
environmentalists,
cut,
that
by the way.
It's not always reliable, that's for sure. You can't,
$600
determine
damage
what the
range.
wind's going to be. Overall, would you buy this Open?
I would actually want to buy some of the pharma. No, I'll tell you why I wouldn't want to buy this opening, because it is so indiscriminate that when sellers start coming in and hitting the Googles of the world, I think that what happens is they start
About
being
15 minutes looks like it's gonna drop more. So it's gonna wait.
If you look, we just had Stanley,
Yeah.
Stanley Works, Stanley Black & Decker on the screen. And
I'm scared of short at all.
so stock we had to get rid of, Best Buy we had to get rid of. We made a lot of money because we thought for sure that they would be immune, but those stocks were up big, but at the same time, they got real tariff problems, even 30, and who knows who ordered what. I don't
My
want to.
Tesla Plus hit, so I'm gonna hold for 2 weeks. See if I can get some money.
And I'm going to talk against my Chapel Trust for a second.
250. Let's see what date. It's only $1.25, so $125 for 250 May 30th.
The expectation, of course, is that
That's
you
in
get
time.
stronger equity markets, you get calm to some extent, at least in terms of the bond markets. And the
Yeah, I wanna sell it tomorrow after CPI if it dumps.
M&A return beyond NRG buying a $12 billion worth of natural gas
Hope we lose 800.
plants, and you start to see some IPOs and some more capital markets activity. But to your point, no.
Too much streaming.
And Dan Simkowitz was with me last week, the president of Morgan Stanley. He was sort of pointing already to 26 as when we'll start to get the real announcements on M&A at this point. I mean, we're not that far away from the half the year.
Summer volumes are a real thing. We talked to Waldron last week, and he argued that you would see it first in M&A, and then
Oh, and the bot might shorten a little bit.
Look, I speak to all these private companies. It used to be so exciting for them to do an IPO, and they're really looking forward to it. Do I really want that screwed? I don't want that
You need to do an IPO. By the way, that said, OpenAI, which is now somewhere around $340 billion market value, $300+ billion value, raised $40 billion. I make this point over and over again because it's more money than it's ever been raised in an IPO. And it does show you the power of some of these companies to continue to raise capital outside of the public markets. By the way, reporting from the FT on the relationship with Microsoft, as they now are no longer trying to become a pure for-profit entity, but a public benefit corporation, and Microsoft obviously owning or having, contributed as much as $13 billion or more in equity. What will they get? That will continue. We'll follow that, guys. But to your point,
Wow, what a drop. Tipped it too long, man.
some of these other companies that are so important
Yeah,
already.
the bot's about to short.
Companies that we can actually have a quote behind us about.
Yeah.
I agree. There was a piece this morning by Wells Fargo by Mike Bayo. It was the JP Morgan's Investor Day coming up, talking about the possibility of Goliath winning path.
Oh, there's bot short now.
I don't know how you get there without M&A and without IPO. It just doesn't work.
I'll let it go up a little bit before I join in. I'll do like a light one.
Jim is
Order filled.
now getting pushed past July. I think
Target
Order
filled.
Then I'm out. That was quick. Go back in again. 15 points. Yeah.
I think that J-Pound looked pretty smart.
Yeah, I have it preset. Yeah. Yeah, I have a 7 points, 15 points, 30 points.
See, there's all these stuff right here. They're all in the number cut.
Yeah, I do 3. 2 to 3 mostly on my funding. And then if it's like evals, I do like 5.
Tell me, I feel negligent.
I fucked up on my Tradify big time. For some reason it went long. I got cut $600.
Mentioned NVIDIA until the 36-minute mark. That's up 4+%, along with obviously this big rally.
And I only have 600 buffer left. I don't know, 400 buffer left because there's 1,000 buffer only.
What are your thoughts, Jim? Okay. You, by the way, when Lisa was
Yeah, it's 25K straight to funded. Yeah. $600 in payout too. Fuck.
There's been this. She's been crushing. I do believe in Intel, but she's just running a table. She's running the table in the PC business.
No, I got the days in.
Yeah,
I got way day.
that's fantastic.
It's gotta get
GPU business is
yeah, a
very
certain
good.
amount.
Gaming business is great.
26,600, I think. I was at 26,000.
Let's not forget NVIDIA. So what are your thoughts? By the way, on NVIDIA, you still got the 232 investigation on national security in terms of chips. You still got the replacement
I followed a
of
bot, caught some money.
Let's
go bot.
allowed to sell into the Chinese market, if anything.
No, that's true.
Other countries.
Oh, you already in short?
There's a belief that it's a better situation than it was under the Biden rules. You could have a few more friends at it. You know, Mexico could be at it. Israel could be at it. But what I like, you know, they've got Jensen's going to be speaking at this upcoming conference. But what I like about this is that they actually have a lot of China business. A lot of China business. Maybe there's something that can. There's something there. It had been given up on. I'm quietly optimistic that the stock has broken out. But one of the things that makes me most optimistic, there has been a total changeover of share base. Right. People who are in it now actually know.
Short is working, Gambit. I'm just following the bot. I don't care about the emotions.
They know how to pronounce it. Yeah. I saw a piece from the semiconductor industry association where it's still mispronounced. But I think that Jensen's got some things up his sleeve.
I got up to 50 points on that.
I'm not changing my view that this is now at 24 times earnings just doesn't make any sense. This is different from Google, which yes indeed is got a multiple order traction going. Here, this is not unusual. We've seen this before, so I like that. I like Lilly on something. When Lilly was at 695, I said, did people not just see they won?
Yeah, just follow the bot, dude. I mean, you lose, you just blame the bot. If you win, then yeah, good job.
Can I come back to NVIDIA for a second? Wait, where are you on that, though? I thought you actually...
I had to make the position smaller. I was in private fund. Right. And it didn't justify, given the fact that I felt that the administration...
I hope it goes back up so I can be
sure. Was not necessarily a good actor. Right. Something has changed that people, that Jensen Huang has been able to somehow...
Yeah, I think I tried earlier at 826.
As I think it is, to have NVIDIA be ascendant worldwide. Yep.
I see 3 minute got some more downside, and 15 still got a lot more downside. So.
Let's just cut our nose off the spider face. Let's make sure the Chinese get nothing, but not make NVIDIA become this worldwide leader.
Put in 815 a short.
Endlessly, and it's not maybe this is the beginning of another period, the next run for NVIDIA.
Yeah. Amongst mega cap tech, Amazon the biggest gainer, still down about 6% for a year to date, but up almost 7%. Outpacing the gains from pretty much all of the other big names. Tesla shares continue. By the way, they were up sharply late last week on Friday.
So why did we drop 200 points?
+% gain there for Tesla, which is now above $1 trillion market value.
We said it's going to be back thinking it's a tech company, and that's the narrative switch. Yes. Adam Jonas really being very important in changing the narrative, by the way.
Yeah, he's a believer.
Damn, I messed up my trade if I so bad.
Interesting note today from D.A. Davidson. They have a neutral on it, but they're like time.
It's supposed to short. It went long. Yeah. And it hit negative 600 so fast, and now I'm just trying to get it back and keep going red.
Split GE. I'm not sure. That's not.
I think it's gonna be gone soon.
Basically saying they left it all over them.
That's right. Yeah. Now, I've got to tell you, being in Europe, here's what you hear. Boy, your markets are terrible.
They're doing so strong. Well, I think the spread between U.S. and rest of the world year to date is the worst since 06.
It's amazing. Yeah. They really think that our stocks are not cheap. That, you know, my friend Anna Boutine, and I do, you know, Anna Boutine is really fast.
Yes.
I just see, you know.
Trump's supposed to be on signing some paperwork, but that's it.
You've been great on it.
I just think Anna Boutine is one of the great bankers in the world.
Give us 600 again or 500 would be nice.
She just did this terrific sell-off of half of her assets in Poland in a gigantic gain. And I think when you look at Spain, Spain is
still
the one that we don't talk about. The Spanish market and the possibility of the Spanish economy is not going to be as, let's say, held back by the government, which has always been, people been fearing. I mean, this thing's 26%. Well, their market's up. Spain.
So I think you always place to visit.
And one long, quick long will do it.
Well, I talk about
Too late. I'm long for just a little bit. I'm in at 55.
jeans.
Give me out at 60. Come on. Fuck
Yeah,
me.
at least somebody, Calvin Klein or something.
Can't, jeans are allowed. Come on. Come on. Jeans are not. Nice jeans. I like nice jeans all the time. Guys, shares of Fox are up about 5% on earnings. They also announced Fox One, that is their new
Order
streaming
canceled.
service at Fox. You can
Order
see,
filled.
unique platform, they say, of America's best-known media brands across key verticals of news, sports, and entertainment. By the way, go back on Fox because it has been the class of a beaten down, crushed sector, as we all know. But news and sports, led up
Order
by
canceled.
their channel, the Fox News channel, has really been the place to
God,
be
I'm
if
not
you're
wrong.
going to own any of these things. Take a look. That's 1 year. You can even go back further than that. Everywhere else has not been safe, except Netflix, of course. But
I
that's
don't think we're
different.
gonna lose
I'm not
700,
talking
but
about streaming. I'm talking about good old-fashioned news and sports.
Oh, and by the way, we're going to the Eagles Dallas opening game.
We got our schedule.
Yeah, Thursday night opening.
They won the Super Bowl. Isn't it enough?
No, we have to talk about it endlessly. How about the two guys who showed up at the Met?
Yes.
Saquon, right?
And Jalen, yes.
They look so good at the Met.
I don't follow that thing.
You follow the Mets.
I
I'm talking about
I do follow the Mets. We won yesterday.
The one is on the Upper East Side.
Beat the Cubs, thankfully. Yeah. Oh, the Met Gala. Right. Got it. Yeah. No.
Finally, Jim, on some of these defensive trades, Gold,
A lot, right?
McDonald's,
Yeah.
Verizon, those are getting unwound.
You got in before preseason, so you would have made a lot if you got in.
The ones that they love Marriott.
I'm on puts.
With an upgrade today.
Yeah, that was I thought a very positive upgrade. Marriott's really good, but yeah, well, look, I don't feel it being defensive today. Coca-Cola had a great quarter and selling off, but those are
Just
examples.
down 2% since open, but my put's not up at all. Barely up.
You know what? An interesting chart today will be gold versus Bitcoin. And
It's too
whether or
far
not
out.
those lines
Yeah.
start to cross.
No, it's 2 weeks from now.
Right, whereas Bitcoin is up
Yeah,
250.
250p, so it's a long way to go.
I think that there's also a lot of
Got some data in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot going on there. By the way,
I
he's
can't
gonna
see
be,
color.
his coin. Remember the top 220.
Doesn't
people
look
get,
like
I think,
red to
invited
me.
to the top 220.
It's on that
top
dot
25
econ
get
bot.
they get VIP treatment. Is that true? The Trump coin.
And
Now,
how about
then
who gets
there's World Liberty
Right.
Financial, which has
How about the
interest,
meal?
which has its own stable coin. Say again?
The meal with the president, you get a meal or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Meantime, the Times has a piece
Yeah.
on that auction. I think they might roll in this Qatar airplane that we think is getting donated to the U.S. government and to Trump after he leaves office.
Bad optics there. Yeah. Questionable optics.
Yeah. But it's unclear what really is going to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let me see.
A very large donation.
Yeah, I just try to think of other presidents that would accept that.
Very large donation.
What presidents
What's
would be
worth?
No.
$100 million, something like that?
And then, of course, the security concerns, you need to kind of strip it and check it for any kind of surveillance.
True, but I will tell you that after David's incredible reporting last week on the new Disney, where the new Disney parks going to be,
Yes.
there's an element of transfer.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I want to be sure it goes
A
up.
lot of people on my trip spend a lot of time in Dubai.
That long was
And
scary.
time of their lives.
No, listen, yeah, that region is not, it's obviously capital comes out of it and it continues to in terms of being invested here. It's still, we're still the home for so much of it, but a lot of the capital also is being invested in the region itself.
What'd you think of Josh?
I thought he did a very nice job in his interview with Bob Iger. Yes, he answered questions.
You know, a succession question.
I did. Yeah, I did. They didn't take it. When it comes to succession at Disney, stock of which is up yet again, yes, just broadly speaking, for the rally, but also for the quarter, it's James Gorman is running succession there. And he's
Johnson and
he's not giving any updates. In fact, I thought we were kind of not friends, but we were friendly. I knew the guy for years. I'm like, you want to have a drink sometime? No, I can't. I'm under cover of darkness. I like that. Yeah, won't even talk to me.
He said he'd have one with me.
I know, right?
Just kidding. Just kidding. But I mean, say that Disney at 19 times earnings remains incredibly cheap, given what we now know about how great this was subbed. It went hell of a quarter.
Yeah, direct to consumer, especially. Yeah.
Kind of low to be short now. I don't know.
Meantime, we'll watch the bond market today. CPI
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
Yeah, 15 minutes strong. It looks gonna go down. Maybe under 700.
start watching that, baby.
Almost take you back to February 21st.
Watch the Bears seize on that. They'll say, yeah, you had 1,000 points. Let me tell you what's going to happen in 10 years.
We're back after this.
Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Smith, I mean, wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team.
I guess the data came out. I didn't really do anything.
Attract and retain that top talent. You know, we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Act like employees cash they up with unexpected benefits. It's prime time.
No, he said he took a big L.
Request a call today
Yeah.
at aflac.com/prime.
6 figures.
I'm Tony Steen, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com.
I
After
don't know
Kansas
how
City
much
State
though, but
experienced declining
a
traffic and
lot.
conversion rates, they came to us primed for online growth. We solve digital challenges like this all the time. By leveraging an omnichannel digital marketing strategy, KansasCityStakes.com attracted new customers and significantly increased ROI. For complete website and digital marketing solutions, go to
I'm waiting for the pump again to go back short. Maybe back to 9:15 or something, but I'm not shorting now.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little
But,
more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee. It's a
Say
goal.
something, crackhead.
It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
There's only one crackhead in here.
Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments difference.
Yeah.
3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments' disciplined
Okay.
approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit.
I'll keep talking about it short again.
5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your
What's
portfolio
up?
is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
I ain't doing anything. Made some money, but I messed up on my Tradify. Got cursed. Almost, I was shorting, but I hit the wrong button and it went long, and it dumped, and I'm down 600-700, so it's almost wrong. Ouch. Oh. But you may pay up. What size? 50K is over 2,000, so anything over 2,000.
Take a look at the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ.
Check out 600. Yeah, don't touch. Hey, you won a contest. You won. I'm just gonna YOLO this freaking Tradify and then blow it and then pass it again tomorrow for CPI. Now let me know when you get the cash to pay out on TPT and I'll pay up my debt. Good job. Fucking nice. Yeah, that is nice. Lucky shit. I'm still waiting my Apex and then Bonox to pay me.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future. Are you qualified to do this? What? Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
No,
Yes.
give it time.
I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are
pending
committed
on
to acting in
Apex.
your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
American manufacturers power our economy. At Biz2 Credit, we help them grow with fast, flexible financing. Financing that means more jobs, more growth, and more made in America. Biz2 Credit, funding what's next. Scan the code to learn more.
Introducing AG1 Next
Big
Gen.
boss don't work. I hope Lucid reset my P&L.
clinical trials.
Oh.
Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps.
Yeah.
It's one drink for whole body health.
Different time
The
zone.
next generation of
Hey,
Asian
what's
wine is here.
what's my short? It's what a short by now. Gives me an English short.
My viewers are my bosses. You come
Yeah.
to my show.
Order filled.
Everything's shorting now.
Means everything.
When you look in the mirror,
Oh, 8:25 went in.
order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled.
Order filled.
There we go. Got out. No profit. I'm just trying to play with the bot. Bot's too short. I'm gonna keep shorting.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Again.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Back out.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
7.
14 plus days of battery.
Order submitted.
So your data never stops, and neither does you.
Order filled.
Order filled. Performance with memberships made for every goal. Join Whoop today.
Order submitted.
We take you to the White House and the president.
Oh, Trump is
I
on.
look forward to that. I really do look forward to that.
Yeah. Fuck.
But
Squat Box is on
the
CNBC on
talks in
TV.
Geneva were very friendly. The relationship is very good. We're not
Damn.
looking to hurt
The
China.
news is
China
on.
is being hurt
I
pretty
need to get out.
badly. They were closing up factories. They were having a lot of unrest. And they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And
Order
the
submitted.
relationship is very, very good. I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week.
Order
if
filled.
Order
that's what
filled.
we're doing. But one of the biggest things that we're doing, and I don't know if people realize this, but
Order
Order
canceled.
filled.
great deal with China, great trade deal. But it was a much bigger deal originally, and then they canceled
Yeah.
it right in the last day. Some of you faces I remember were there when that happened. I remember you. And we had a deal where they opened up their country to trade with the United States.
Order canceled.
Order
And they took
filled.
that away at the
Everything's
last
out now.
moment, and then I canceled the whole thing. And then 6 months later, we ended up doing a smaller deal, but it was a big deal. It's $50 billion worth of product that they were going to purchase from our farmers, etc. And we agreed to that. People thought it was 15 because they were doing 15. We made it
That was a
15
good short.
because I misunderstood the 15. I thought I said, you got to get 50.
Order
Because when I
submitted.
asked, if you
Oh,
remember
too
the
much
story, when I
short.
asked, what are we
If it
doing
hits,
with
it
them?
hits.
My Secretary of Agriculture at the time, Sonny Perdue, said,
Order
"Sir, it's not
submitted.
15 billion and we're asking for 15. And I thought he said 50. So I said, so they came back with the deal at 15. And I said,
Nice.
no way, I want 50. Because you said 50. They said, sir, we didn't say that.
Order
Anyway, bottom line, I
submitted.
said, go back and
Should
ask for
get
50. And they
sit.
gave us 50. And they were honoring the deal. And we would call them up a lot for the corn and for the wheat and for everything. They were honoring the deal. And then when Biden got in, they no longer honored the deal. There was nobody to call. I would call on an average of once every 2 weeks to say, come on, you have to speed it up a little bit. And our farmers were doing great. I said to them, buy more land and bigger tractors, if you remember. That's what happened. But the deal was a very good deal. But the best part of the deal was that we opened up China. China agreed to open itself up to American business to go in. And it would have been a great thing, I think, for China. They would be able to see things that they haven't seen. They would be able to buy products that they have never been able to buy. Would have been great for American business. I think it would have brought unity between China, better unity between China and the United States. And the bottom line is that they canceled it the last day. We were all set to sign it, and then I went a little bit angry. I got a little angry. They said they canceled it. The deal was done. It was all ready to be signed, and people went over. They came back to me, sir. They don't want to sign the opening up China. Well, the biggest thing that we're discussing is the opening up China, and they've agreed to do that. But it's going to take a while to paper it. You know, that's not the easiest thing to paper.
But that's the single, I think, to me, and some people would disagree. Some people would say we're getting a lot of money with tariffs or whatever. But, you know, especially when you add what we already have, because remember, we're already getting the 50% on steel and different things. That's not included in these numbers. So you can add that. But the biggest thing to me is the opening up. It would be, I think it would be fantastic for our businesses if we could go in and compete with China. It would be a lot of jobs for China. It would be, I think, at a time when they can frankly use the jobs. And that's what we're
My
talking
stream that
about. So
delay.
that's a very,
That's
very
someone
important
else
element to
overkill.
add. So when Scott
You're still trading? Damn.
speak the other day, and
I got it. I'm just waiting on
but
Trump to be
it's
done.
okay to say, look, if we don't get it, we don't get it. But if we don't get it, it won't be a positive thing. But if we do get it, I think it's maybe the most important thing to happen. Because if you think about it, we opened up our country to China. They come, we don't, I mean, they have very few restrictions. And they didn't open their country to us. Never made sense to me. It's not fair. And they've agreed to open China, fully open China. And I think it's going to be fantastic for China. I think it's going to be fantastic for us. And I think it's going to be great for unification and peace. China will also suspend and remove all of its non-monetary barriers. They've agreed to do that. Well, they're very numerous. But again, to me, the biggest thing that came out of that meeting is they've agreed. Now we have to get it papered, but they've agreed to open up China. It's going to be great for everybody. And third, I'm very happy to announce that Idan Alexander, an American citizen who until recently most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who's done a fantastic job. I just, you know, I know a lot of people that have a lot of talent. I know Steve, he had a lot of talent. But I know a lot of people with a lot of talent, but there's one that I thought had a special way about him, special personality, aside from being a good deal maker, had a special way about him, and it was Steve. Knew very little about the subject matter, who does? But he learned it in about 2 hours. And he's been fantastic, so I want to just thank Steve. But they're going to be releasing Idan in about 2 hours from now, or sometime today, let's say. And again, they thought he was dead just a short while ago. His parents are so happy. They're so happy. So it's, as you know, Idan's the only American citizen who's captured and held hostage by Hamas since October 7th, 2023. And he's coming home to his parents, which is really great news. I mean, to me, it's big news. They thought he was dead. So that's that. So we'll be heading there, and we'll be seeing 3 primary countries. You know all about that: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar. On Thursday's meeting with Russia and Ukraine is very important. I was very insistent that that meeting take place. I think good things can come out of that meeting. Stop the bloodshed of the horrible. It's a bloodbath. But the 5,000 more, it's really much more. I'm trying to be conservative. More than 5,000 soldiers. Russian, they're not American soldiers. They're from Russia, they're from Ukraine, but they're people. They're human souls, and they're being killed at levels that we haven't seen since the Second World War. And it's every week. A lot of drone fighting, the whole new form of warfare, and it's violent and vicious. And so that's it. I'd like to go back to China just for a second. They're very heavy on the fentanyl. We're charging them, as you know, 20% for the fact that they send fentanyl into our country. And they've agreed that they're going to stop that. And, you know, they'll be rewarded by not having to pay, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. So the fentanyl should stop. It comes from China. It's amazing. And comes through our southern border, comes through our northern border too, comes through Canada, and comes through our southern border, much more through the southern border. But so But that's a very important subject to me, because everybody in this room has lost friends or people that have family
What,
members
this part?
that have died of fentanyl. So there's a big incentive for China to stop, and I take them at their word. They're going to work on that, I think, very hard. And one thing, when they work
Yeah.
on something, they get it done. So now I'm about to depart on a historic visit. Some of you are going with us to, as I said, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. Before I do, I'll sign one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. I don't think there's ever been anything signed like this, certainly not with respect to healthcare, nothing even close. I'm delighted to be joined on this occasion by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is doing a really good job, I have to tell you that. CMS Administrator, a friend of mine, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who is an amazing guy. You know, I was telling Bobby before, Oz had a very successful show, but it hurt his reputation. Because when you're in show business, it hurts your reputation a little bit. It's good for you, but in terms of professionalism and being a doctor, it sort of hurts your reputation. This guy went to the best schools, was the best, I mean, top of the line. Then he did a television show, became a success. Made a lot of money and like that, but it sort of hurt him. And you know what I compare that to? I hate to say this, but a special woman, Janine Pirro. She was the toughest, smartest DA maybe in our countries, in our cities and states history, New York. She was really tough, really sharp. Then she did a show, and people didn't think of her quite the same way. She became more of an entertainment person, like us. Oz is not an entertainer. He's not really an entertainer. You know the real story, and she isn't either. She is unbelievable. She was one of the strongest district attorneys in the history of New York, highly respected, very tough, went after the drug dealers at a level that you don't see today anymore. And I don't know, hopefully she's given up a tremendous, she's leaving the #1 show on cable television, one of the #1 shows on television, period, to 5, but they've got great people left behind, but she was a big part of it.
That is the president at the White House. We're going to step away as some of the other speakers take the lectern, get back to it on Q&A. But talking about tariffs and drug prices, we'll monitor that. Let's bring in Eamon Jabbers. Eamon, the tone and language he's using to talk about China, unification, peace, reopening, total reset, that's a change.
Yeah, the president there said they've agreed to totally open up China. We'll wait for details on, sort of where that comes from. But this is a president who is in deal-making mode, Carl. This is a president who is ecstatic about what happened over the weekend. He says he met with Tim Cook, or he spoke to Tim Cook, I should say, this morning, and that Cook advised the president that Apple's going to be investing more in U.S. factories. So we'll wait on details on that from Apple. And he also said he's going to be speaking to Xi Jinping later this week. So that's some indication of more progress in terms of negotiations. Treasury Secretary Bessent had said that he would have the next meeting in a couple of weeks. Now we know from the president that the two top leaders will be speaking directly, and that, of course, is important to getting anything fundamental agreed to in this overall deal as they go through this 90-day pause period in tariffs and begin to negotiate on some of the hard stuff, Carl.
All right, Eamon, thank you so much for staying on top of it. Let's bring in Mike Santoli with his take on what this all means for the market. Mike, obviously it's a total risk-on reaction here. Market surprised by what they saw.
Yes, surprised. I think, Leslie, also they were right in a position to react to whatever happened over the weekend, because you sort of built back toward the April 2nd levels in the S&P 500, in credit markets, in the volatility index. It was almost as if we were right on that fulcrum of, do we relax more or do we have to take back some of that rebound? Now, I wouldn't call it an all clear. I'd call it a more clear. You still can't kind of do the math on what it's going to net out as in terms of overall blended tariff rates and what that's going to mean for inflation and demand and all the rest. But the direction of travel in de-escalation is very clear to the markets, and essentially they'll keep pushing in that direction until they're proven otherwise. We are a little bit off the overnight highs in the S&P 500 based on the futures move. It shows you that we already were a little bit stretched on the upside. It's interesting to see whether we can build on that. We crossed above the 200-day average in the S&P, so we've relaxed a little bit more. Some people clearly forced in to participate and chase this rally on the open, but we're kind of still waiting to see if we're in that window when the economy is kind of held harmless based on what's happened already with tariffs.
Mike, it seems like, it's a total risk-on reaction here, but tariff levels are still pretty high. Do you think the markets are missing the potential economic implications as well as the additional uncertainty of this 90-day period?
I think the market is going to celebrate the incremental next move until it's somehow punished for that. One thing to keep in mind, we're trading at levels we first got to 7 months ago. We're trading at levels we hit on the open on November 6th, the day after Election Day. We're trading at a year-to-date break-even just about. In other words, it's not as if we're saying everything's perfect and better than we thought it was, 6 months ago, but it's better than we thought it was 1 month ago. So there's no doubt we can run into a little bit of a comeuppance here if, in fact, the
I need
economy
to go up
buckles,
again so I
or
can
if
short.
we see tariffs really creating more friction. I do think you have to keep it in perspective. $30 trillion U.S. GDP, net imports of goods from China are like $300 billion last year. Even if you put a 30% tariff on that, it's no fun for people involved, but it's not something that should be enough to knock the overall U.S. economy off course unless something else breaks loose.
All right, Mike, thank you. Mike Santoli. All right, let's get back to, of course, this China deal, although we're not quite at a deal yet. A lot more to come. The president kept mentioning papering it, or basically dealing with all of the different key points. Joining us now to discuss that, Roger Altman, Evercore founder and senior chairman and former deputy treasury secretary. We've also got Jeff Moon, China Moon strategist, founder, and a former assistant U.S. trade representative for China affairs. Roger, let me start with you.
Just looking at the market, nothing to do.
You and I, we've been talking for some time about what's going on in the boardroom. What are you hearing from companies in terms of how they're thinking about things? How does
Just waiting for the pump to re-short.
Just now, what we know at this point,
I have a short at 8:30, so I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, no, too short because the bot is short.
Seasoned observers will have,
I bought shorted at 8:08 and it was 60 points earlier, so it's coming back up.
It's essentially a 90-day pause on the ultra-high tariffs in order to negotiate to try to get a permanent tariff reduction framework and other progress. Keep in mind that the biggest problem with China trade, on our end at least, is essentially dumping. That China exports
I have a short 8:30.
heavily subsidized products, where the costs are essentially borne in large part by the government through state-owned enterprises and financing subsidies.
8:36, sorry.
And in fact, unfairly penetrating European and U.S. markets and other markets with products which, if the costs were objectively set, would be priced at higher levels and wouldn't take as much market share. So that's a tough set of issues to negotiate, but that's the heart of the matter. Right now, even after this pause, excuse me, the weighted average tariff we estimate is 14%. When Trump took office, it was 3 to 4%. So it's still up a lot.
Yes.
And that will still be a drag. When we all know what tariffs do, as Chairman Powell said, they raise prices, reduce consumption, and raise inflation. I think the reaction will be positive but watchful.
Right. All right. But we've talked so often about uncertainty, and we've heard it so often from so many of the CEOs that we speak to, both on the record and off the record. Does this erase, to a certain extent, a lot of that so-called uncertainty that was mitigating a company's ability to allocate capital and or think about long-term plans?
Well, I think there's going to be a changed mood, David. A few days ago, it was a mood of caution. Let's wait and see. Let's see how the dust settles. Not in every single case, but in a lot of cases. Now I think there'll be a sense of, wow, this is impressive so far. And let's take a little more optimistic point of view. Whether it unleashes a flood of investment announcements, M&A announcements, I think we have to wait and see. And if I were the decision maker, I'd want to see a little bit more of how this goes. But I think you're going to see a positive reaction. And the markets always have a lot of impact on how decision makers think. Decision makers feel good when markets are high, business conditions are good, and their own business is moving up.
Yeah, short may not be good now.
Recovered to their pre-inauguration level. And
Freeman looks like it's gonna go up
over
more.
a slowdown proved to be misplaced, that we don't really have a slowdown. I'm not sure on that. Then, you'll have a better environment.
Jeff, specific to the China deal itself, I mean, I'm quoting the president here, just was at the lectern talking about them totally opening up their market. Again, we don't know any details here. There seems to be a lot to come over the next 90 days. Give me your expectations and or whether you think that's a real possibility.
If I had a penny for every time the Chinese say they're going to open their market, I'd be an extremely wealthy man and retired today. China has been claiming that for 30 or more years. The big picture here is that both countries needed, at this meeting in Geneva, to de-escalate. They needed to start trade negotiations. They needed to remove the trade embargo,
It's gonna hit. Come on.
145% tariffs that were out there. Those goals were generally achieved, and they were achieved basically because Trump has exhausted his tariff leverage on China by imposing this embargo, and he reduced those reciprocal tariffs. In this context, China got everything it was looking for without having to give anything to Trump that he didn't
Order filled.
When he was inaugurated and started this term. They have to get to any of the hard questions. And Mr. Altman referred to the overcapacity issue. That's just one of the many industrial policy issues that are out there. We have essentially
Yeah, because CPI is next. It's tomorrow, so they want people to blow up.
At that point, he negotiated his phase one deal.
Easy money.
Waiting for the purchases to happen. None of them did happen. And now we are back at the table where he started 4 years ago. And
Oh yeah, those are cheap.
Does he rightly blame the Biden White House for not enforcing
Yeah.
phase one? And with him now in the chair for several years, can that story be different this time?
Biden did try to enforce it. The Chinese knew they
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people use them. Doc had a few payouts, a lot of payouts.
And I don't think that they ever really thought
I can't use them yet because I have the other account on Ninja Traders.
Nobody thought that they would be able to buy $200
Yeah.
million above and beyond what they bought the year before. And what the phase one deal really did for Trump was it was in January of the election year. It took China trade off of the election agenda because we were waiting for China to perform on its promises. And they didn't perform as a lot of people expected. And so Trump is now re-inheriting what he left on the table.
Order
Order filled.
Order submitted. This conversation that there's still kind of a question mark.
Order filled. Order filled.
What's order filled now?
Nice.
Does this improve the chances that we don't get into some sort of recession, or?
Let me step back and make one point and then directly answer your question. As the judge just alluded, both sides had to have this. Why? There are apparently
Which account?
Order submitted.
Workers in China who are engaged in the export sector.
I think it's end of
And
day.
Chinese
Let me
exports, at
ask.
least to the U.S., were slowing down almost to a halt. The other day, the president was asking
Yeah,
questions
it's
about
cheap.
there being not a single.
The only thing is, you can only get a payout once a month.
Needed this pause. We
So it's
needed it
okay,
because
just like
there
an
were
extra
beginning
income.
signs of slowdown. Every major
Order
economist
filled.
order filled.
Order submitted.
Forecast generally from give or take 2.5% January 1st to 1 to 1.5% for the full year, and some people thought we were going to be in negative territory at the end of the year. So the Trump administration needed it. They don't want that slowdown. So they both needed to pause. Now let's see how the negotiations go. Although there is some momentum here, which is really good, but they're not going to be easy. And as we both have said, the heart of the matter is a form of industrial policy, which is tough to change. And so,
Order
filled. It's like
Order
President
canceled.
Reagan used to say,
Order filled.
trust but verify. You got to really, really wait and see how this goes. But
Order canceled.
I have to give
I love shorting it now.
and Mr. Greer credit, because they seem to have handled this quite well.
Jeff, 90 days. What
Order submitted.
As Roger just laid out, both sides
Yeah,
have a lot
just
to
watch.
lose.
Order
There's
submitted.
plenty to gain from at least coming to some sort of true agreement.
Order
Is your
submitted.
expectation in 90 days we get something?
Order
I think
submitted.
the best we can get is really an agenda. I'm not sure whether we have that yet. It was an achievement to actually get them to the table. after all the posturing and the
I think
protocol
Bone
questions,
Rocks should have
I think
90%
now they really
later
need to get
today.
to an agenda, and this is where the hard part starts.
And
This is
those
where the
be like
paved road stops, and
$14.
we get onto the rocky dirt road, because as President Trump said, the
Yeah,
USTR
yeah, it's like
has compiled
Apex.
a lengthy list of non-tariff barriers that they've been discussing with China for 20 or more years. And Mr. Greer was there throughout the first administration. So getting that agenda started will be interesting. As the president referenced in his comments, in 2019, they had negotiated a 150-page document that went into great detail on a lot of these industrial policy issues. And the
Yo,
Chinese just walked away
JMU,
from it.
say something. I want to hear your
So
voice.
I think what they're going to do is take that 150-page document
Come on, don't be shy.
and reform it and try to renegotiate those issues. The problem is that we are now 5 years on from that, and China has gone very strong in terms of the subsidization and the industrial policy issues that we object to. And now the Chinese say that, oh, we never promised to be a market economy, and by the way, our socialist system is better than yours. So it's going to be harder than ever to reach some kind of an agreement.
That's the other thing. I mean, none of this is happening in a vacuum. The EU and China have agreed on some anniversary levels to broaden ties. Lula's going to Beijing to talk.
Is he going to
They think
jail or
he's
no?
gonna sign maybe a dozen deals between Brazil and China. Can they start framing?
Is it
the
for jail
United
time or
States
just
as a
money?
reliable partner in other parts of the world,
I don't think you're going to see that in Europe because
For
Europe
what?
has a measure of the same problem we do in terms of Chinese dumping. It's quite serious.
I
in
gotta
Europe.
check your Twitter in a little bit.
Yes. So I don't think you're going to see all of a sudden Europe, from a trade and overall economic relationship point of view, singing kumbaya. I can't speak to Brazil or other places maybe, but China is a mercantilist approach, very much the pie is fixed and I want a bigger share. And ultimately, if either that changes or this agreement they talked about, this pause, isn't going to mean much. It's going to be very hard to change that because Xi Jinping effectively changed course from his predecessors, went back to this manufacturing-centered export model, state enterprise controlled, and of course much tighter party control and surveillance and repression and so forth. And this is at the heart of his approach, this industrial policy. So very hard to see big changes in it, but let's be optimistic.
And finally, Jeff, when we end many of these trade negotiations, whenever that may be, not just with China, but with the rest of the world, I mean, Roger made the point earlier, it would seem, and I want your opinion, are we going to have far higher tariffs in place across the board generally with our trading partners than we currently, or than we previously did?
Trump era, it's clear that we're going to have at least 10% tariffs, reciprocal tariffs that are out there. I think some of these other tariffs are going to have to come down. And fentanyl, for example, Trump is knocking on an open door. There was already fentanyl cooperation during the Biden administration, and I don't know why he just doesn't try to continue that. But I think that what will happen in the longer term is that there will be reciprocals and some of these other tariffs, but that perhaps Trump's successors will bring these down and appreciate the allies a bit more, work with them a bit more, and that would be the effective way to respond to China.
All right, gentlemen, appreciate the conversation. Very insightful. Thank you both to Roger and Jeff.
Meantime, a number of pharma stocks turning higher after an early slump this morning as the president outlines this executive order to lower the cost of prescription drugs. Joining us this morning is former FDA Commissioner, CNBC contributor, Dr. Scott Gottlieb. Scott, good to have you back. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
A lot of discussions about how this would work, if it is able to work, and then sort of a revisitation of the criticisms that they made of Kamala Harris during the campaign about price control
Wait too short again.
proposals. What do you make of it so far?
Well, look, I think the question is what this is in this instance. I think this is a statement of policy intent. They clearly plan to try to pursue some policies to bring down drug pricing and try to bring equilibrium to the prices in the U.S. and in Europe. The most substantive piece of the statement today was a nod towards drug importation. Remember, there's a scheme that's been in place since the first Trump administration to import drugs from Canada it had some strict provisions in it to try to guarantee the provenance of those drugs to make sure that counterfeits couldn't get into that pharmaceutical supply chain as drugs were imported from Canada. Put conditions on wholesalers that were importing the drugs, and those conditions were so stringent, it was so difficult to bring in drugs while still guaranteeing the integrity of the pharmaceutical supply chain that no drugs have largely flowed through that mechanism. It is possible for them to try to resurrect that and apply it to a broader set of countries, but so long as they put in place and maintain the same kinds of provisions to try to make sure the pharmaceutical supply chain doesn't get infiltrated by counterfeits, I think that's going to be a very difficult policy to try to pursue at scale. The other things that they could do, and they seem to make a nod to it in this executive order today, is try to do some policies through Medicare where they would, for example, import most favored nation pricing, so European pricing, into the IRA, or maybe try to do a demonstration project for the CMMI, another thing they tried to do in the first Trump term that was ultimately struck down by the courts because they tried to take a more expansive approach to it. They could do a more tailored approach that might pass muster with judicial review. But I think by and large, this is an opening for the pharmaceutical industry to approach the administration, go back to a policy that was pursued in the early 2000s where drug makers committed to try to launch drugs at tiered pricing globally, where they had 3 different prices, one for high-income countries, one for middle-income countries, one for low-income countries. And the administration, the Bush administration at the time, in return, agreed to try to negotiate into free trade agreements provisions that would prevent countries from compulsory licensing drugs when in fact the U.S. pharmaceutical companies tried to negotiate this tiered pricing. Ultimately, the Bush administration got that into the Australian FTA, but they didn't go much further, and I think by and large the companies backed away from the policy of tiered pricing. There were also at the time some companies that launched drugs at a single world price, so I think this is an opportunity for the companies to go in, try to negotiate that kind of a remedy with the administration, and get the administration to try to take this up as a matter of free trade agreements. Another thing that they nod to, in fact, in this EO.
Yeah, well, that would make sense, then, Scott. I mean, is it a fair contention that, in fact, we have been subsidizing, for example, the prices of drugs for people who live in Europe?
Well, look, there's no question that real prices are higher in the U.S. on the whole than they are in Europe, although sometimes in Part D, the discounting is so significant that the price that's extracted in the U.S. is actually lower than the price that some European authorities get. Remember, you have to look at the real price and not just the list price. So the actual differentials aren't as large as they seem, but there's no question there are differentials. If we start to adjust that pricing for GDP per capita, a lot of those differentials go away, or they at least come down substantially. And in fact, in the first Trump term, when we looked at the most favored nation policy, or what we called IPI at the time, when we would adjust those prices for GDP per capita, there weren't as big differentials. So, products are priced in different markets based on what consumers are able to pay. And certainly when you're dealing with a public health good, you don't want to outright deny it from a market. So the companies sell it for what they can get in those various countries. And remember, a lot of these countries impose utilization restrictions in exchange for this preferential pricing. So what they'll say is if you come into a country in Europe and you don't give them a good price, they'll just put limitations on who can access the drug, ultimately denying their population access to a potentially life-saving pharmaceutical. So I think there's a lot of challenge for companies going into a country and saying, we're just not going to sell you the drug at all, when in fact the drug may be a curative cancer drug.
Yeah. Scott, finally, I'd just like to get your opinion, on, a lot of emerging biotech companies are the ones that certainly gain funding to develop drugs that ultimately, if they actually hit, get acquired by the big pharma companies, such as one of the ones you're on the board of, Pfizer. Do you think the twin pressures of both this on drug pricing and what we're seeing at the FDA are going to mitigate capital formation for some of these biotech companies?
Well, look, I think it already is mitigating capital formation. The IRA's done that as well. It's taken money out of R&D budgets. I think the tariffs would hit cash flows severely if, in fact, the president goes forward with tariffs on drugs manufactured in Ireland, where a lot of branded drugs are manufactured. The slowdown at FDA certainly having an impact, and the recent appointment of someone who has been hostile to the approval of cell and gene therapy products. So I think the combined effect is having an impact on the industry, more on the valuations right now than on the cash flows. But the cash flows are coming down. That's going to ultimately mean that R&D budgets probably also have to be
3-minute bear squeeze on NQ.
Scott, appreciate it. Interesting. The commingling of this story and some of the other stories in the mix, definitely probably confusing to some viewers. That helps a lot. Dr. Scott Gottlieb this morning.
We have some FedSpeak that's just hitting the wire. Steve, please have that for us. Steve.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, the first Fed comments since the announcement of a pause in those tariffs by China and the U.S. The Fed Governor Anna Kugler saying that the economy remains resilient,
Nice.
but she still expects slower growth this year, largely as a result of tariffs and changes in fiscal policy, saying inflation remains above the 2% target, and the disinflation process has slowed this summer. Now, she notes that there were changes this morning, she says in her speech, but even at current tariff levels, the economic effects of those tariffs will remain significant. She says it's currently announced tariffs
I don't have any short cat out.
they have been in the past decades. Concerned, businesses could delay investment decisions, consumers could postpone purchases. Hard to judge, she says, the pace of U.S. economic growth right now because of front loading from imports, which we saw created a decline in GDP in the first quarter, as well as the sharp decline in sentiment expectations and whether or not all of that comes back. The employment side of the mandate is still pretty good. It seems to be mostly stable, Kugler says. Some forward-looking measures of layoffs, however, have increased. Finally, tariffs will primarily act as a negative supply shock, raising prices and decreasing economic activity and potentially productivity. All of that said, monetary policy is well positioned for any changes in the economy. Very quickly, guys, let's just take a look at the Fed funds futures. These are from before Kugler spoke, but still they show the sharp reaction in the futures market, essentially baking out that first cut in July and now moves it into September. The second cut for October, 50-50, more or less, call it.
65. I wanted to pump first. I can go back in.
Pretty interesting developments here that the market thought that the Fed, in the face of stagflation, would address the stag and kind of ignore the inflation part. So here we are now, just 2 cuts priced in for this year. Leslie?
Fascinating developments there, Steve. Thank you. Still ahead, what the China trade deal means for stocks abroad as the S&P 500 flirts with positive territory now for 2025 after underperforming the rest of the world this year. Rockefeller's Ruchir Sharma weighs in next.
Air conditioner in your home, you probably experienced this. That's a
75 points
drain
on a
overflow
bot.
and can cost you
80
thousands. An AC shutdown will leave you hot, sweaty, and miserable. This is why. Funky smelling zooglea bacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, including yours, not only creating disgusting odors in your home, but it also causes your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, using corrosive bleach or vinegar to clean your drain line rusts out your air conditioner coil and will cost you thousands. Using wet vac or pouring other chemicals every month doesn't get rid of the odors. It makes a slave out of you to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses a non-corrosive, highly effective cleaning solution into your drain pan, breaks it up, and then flushes it
I
out of your
reached at
drain line, keeping your AC
842 and I got out.
clog-free and odor-free all year long. Guaranteed. There are tens of thousands of iFlows installed nationally and zero bacteria-related clogs.
Before I got iFlow, I had to get my wet dry vac, empty the drain lines out outside the house and inside the house. Purchased an iFlow device, installed it back in June, and have yet to have a backup in my AC. What a wonderful product. Thank you, iFlow.
Tried vinegar and industrial degreaser and nothing worked. But I've had the iFlow system for about 5 months now and I've had no issues. It's a virtually effortless way to save time, money, and aggravation over your AC
Now
system.
700's gone.
Was our
Damn.
first summer to not ever have to actually do any maintenance on the
100
AC.
points in a
I'm
bot.
definitely a firm believer thanks to iFlow.
I currently have 4 iFlows installed, 1 in Delray Beach and 3 in Michigan. I had my AC contractor come in to do the annual maintenance.
Nice.
And sure enough, he came back with 100% clear lines.
Go online now to unlock our best
How
offer
do you do,
ever
Han?
on iFlow. Available at these fine retailers or learn more at iFlow.com.
Ever worry that
Nice.
you're drinking too much? Take back control with more help.
You just following the bots, right? Just shorting it?
Medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less. Or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more. Scan the
Good,
code,
yeah.
shop the tag. Tomorrow night Eastern.
CNBC.
Use a bot and then your signal will be good.
Breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show. Get some useful information.
Schlockbox, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
The U.S.-China trade deal fueling a market round, pushing the S&P 500 closer to break even on the year after underperforming the rest of the world so far in 2025. Is American exceptionalism back for investors? Let's bring in Ruchir Sharma, Rockefeller International Chairman. He's also the author of, quote, of What Went Wrong with Capitalism. Ruchir, thank you for being here. What do you think the answer to that question is? Was American exceptionalism ever gone, maybe temporarily paused? And do you think that the developments over the weekend mean it's back?
Well, not really, because I think that what I had said at the end of last year was the fact that this trend was very stretched, that in fact never in history had one country attracted so much capital as America did over the past few years, and that we were going to return to a much more balanced allocation environment where America's weight in the global indices was likely to revert back to, let's say, 50% compared to the 70% peak it had reached. I think that process is still very much ongoing. What the trade war did was to accelerate that process, and obviously now as the trade war is winding down somewhat, we're seeing a bit more.
And today or because of last week?
Basis, I still feel that the rest of the world's markets significantly underperform that of America, and this back and forth will continue. Remember that America outperformed the rest of the world for 15 years, right from 2009 until last year.
Yeah, JP Morgan had this stat about 15 years ago. The U.S. traded broadly at par in terms of PE multiples with the rest of the world, and now it's at a 43% premium. So do you think this is just kind of a flow dynamic? It's a valuation thing, or do you think that the changing world order will dramatically impact just the desirability of the rest of the world?
I'm not long if it hits 700 again. 690.
Yeah, I think it's also going to do with the fundamentals.
Order canceled.
Cancel my
Order
short.
canceled.
Long way to 840.
Order canceled.
Because the U.S. is still running a
Order
very
canceled.
deficit. The rest of the world is very loaded up on U.S. dollars and needs to diversify. And also, I think that the economic momentum is shifting, that the U.S. has outgrown the rest of the world, particularly the developed world, very significantly over the past.
Hey, Sean, that's the wrong code.
The rest of the world is now also beginning to put in place much more pro-growth policies, from stimulus in places like Germany, from China getting friendlier towards its private sector. So I think there's a lot of change underway, and I think that it's a fundamental, it's a flow, it's a valuation. All these arguments line up for these things to happen. But as you well know, these trends are never in a straight line. There's a lot of back and forth. But I still expect that the rest of the world is going to be a much higher weight. We can't have the situation where the U.S. economy is about 27-28% of global GDP, but the U.S. weight in the global benchmarks, like the equity benchmarks, is still about 65% or so. That situation is not sustainable, and I think that that's the wake-up call for many investors, even as this trade war settles down now.
Yeah, it almost sounds akin to what we've been hearing with regards to the 9/11 for so long now, in terms of just its overall makeup of the broader indexes. I'm just curious, Ruchir, for your take on the geopolitical front, because over the weekend we had developments about India and Pakistan having a fragile ceasefire there. Zelensky with Putin and the potential meeting in Turkey. Hamas as well on the potential to return an American hostage, the last surviving American hostage. How do you see the geopolitical front and these developments? I mean, do they seem optimistic?
It would be funny if NQ goes red. I don't think it's going to happen.
About geopolitics, as you know, we have dealt with this all the time. In my 30 years of investing, there's never been a dull moment when it comes to geopolitics. Just that history is better remembered than it's lived. So we look back at the past fondly and say that geopolitical conflicts were very low, and now we will be in a situation where there is some geopolitical uncertainty. We obviously feel tense about it, but 9 or 10 times the geopolitical uncertainty just fades away, and the worst case scenarios never come true. So I don't think this is a particularly fruitful moment geopolitically. Yes, there will always be areas in the world where we will see some tension, and it was quite distressing to see what we saw between India and Pakistan over the last few days. But generally, I take a bit of a contrarian view here. I don't think that this is a particularly geopolitically fraught situation, that we've always lived with geopolitical uncertainty, just that we remember it
more fondly because the worst case scenarios do not materialize, and that I think still should be the base case.
Bashir, a lot of discussion. There's a piece on the tape this morning looking at the trade deal between India and the UK. I wish I could continue that thought, but we are going to get to some Q&A, I think, back at the Oval Office.
45%.
No, but they would go up substantially higher. You know, at 145, you're really decoupling because nobody's going to buy. But they can go, they got very high because of additional tariffs I applied during the course because of fentanyl and other things. But no, but they go substantially higher.
You're not Qatar, Mr. President.
I think you will have a deal, however.
Okay, confident that there will be a deal on Qatar. Has Qatar asked for anything in exchange for that $400 million luxury jumbo jet?
Yeah, he is still on.
American people be so sure that they will not in the future?
Well, I think what happens with the plane is that, you know, we're very disappointed that it's taking Boeing so long to build a new Air Force One. You know, we have an Air Force One that's 40 years old. And if you take a look at that compared to the new plane of the equivalent, you know, stature at the time, it's not even the same ball game. You look at some of the Arab countries and the planes they have parked alongside of the United States of America plane, it's like from a different planet. And it's close to 40 years old, might be more than 40 years old now. And we, when I first came in, I signed an order to get it built. I took it over from the Obama administration. They had originally agreed. I got the price down much lower. And then when the election didn't exactly work out the way that it should have, a lot of work was not done on the plane because a lot of people didn't know. They made change orders that were so stupid, so ridiculous. And it ended up being a total mess, a real mess. And when I came back, I said, by the way, what's going on with the Boeings that are coming in? Well, sir, they're way behind. And they are. They're way behind. They were way behind. Another mess that I inherited from Biden. And it's going to be a while before we get them. And I think Qatar, who has really, we've helped them a lot over the years in terms of security and safety. I think they end very, very nicely, and I have a lot of respect for the leadership and for the leader, Qatar. And I think they knew about it because they buy Boeings. They buy a lot of Boeings, and they knew about it. And they said we would like to do something, and if we can get a 747 as a contribution to our Defense Department. To use during a couple of years while they're building the other ones. I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We get free things out. We'll take one, too. And it helps us out because, again, we're talking about we have 40-year-old aircraft. The money we spend, the maintenance we spend on those planes to keep them tippy-top is astronomical. You wouldn't even believe it. So I think it's a great gesture from Qatar. I appreciate it very much. I would never be one to turn down that kind of an offer. I mean, I could be a stupid person, say, no, we don't want a free, very expensive airplane. But I thought it was a great gesture. And I think it was a gesture because of the fact that we have helped and continue to, we will continue to, all of those countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and others, we keep them safe. If it wasn't for us, they probably wouldn't exist right now. And I think this was just a gesture of good faith. And I don't get it. Someday it'll be like Ronald Reagan. They decommission them. You know, they get to a certain age, they decommission them. It'll go to my library. They're talking about going to my library.
Yeah, I was down a lot, so I was doing NQ, trying to get some more back. It went up. One is the straight to funded. That was, I only had like 1,000 starting out as the buffer. I went down to like 400 left. So that's gone. And the other one is just to advance.
It would go directly to the library after I leave office.
I needed 600 more for the payout, but got caught. Oh, that one, 2 something. It's 25K. It's a cheap one. I think I got it a long time ago. It was like at 40% off. I think it was like 230 or something. It was cheap. I got a YOLO tomorrow now. Find some cheap Tradeify eval.
Mostly young people. 1 or 2 were a little bit older. And they were explaining the trials and tribulations. I mean, they went through hell. And I said, how many are there? They said 59.
And I just want a yellow one,
I didn't realize, 'cause
Take
we get a lot
Profit
out,
Pro,
we
so I
get a lot
can
of hostages out
catch a
that they
big
do
one.
acknowledge. They said 59, but then they said, they followed that up by saying 59, of which 24 are living, the rest are dead. But the people whose son, mostly son, I think one daughter in this case, but mostly sons are there, or husbands are there. Those people want the dead bodies as much as they want the live body. I have a mother that calls me, but came up to me when I first met her, and she said, "Sir, please get my son out. He's dead, but they have his body." And I asked her about that, and as though he were alive. The level of wanting that body back is the same. It couldn't be any more, as though he were alive. So, getting the bodies back is very important. That could be a thing having to do with the religion. It could be same. I was amazed at the level of importance. It's the same as if the son or husband or whatever was alive.
Wait for CPI.
So they said 59. In fact, they came out and they came in with a number 59 written out on like a sign on their chest. But they came to thank me for getting them out. And I said, "What does the 59 mean?" They said, "Well, that means there are 59 people." But then they said, "But 24 are living." Now it's 21. The number's 21. So now it's actually, we'll get Eton today. We think we're getting him today. So it's 20. So they have 20 live hostages there. The rest are dead bodies.
Are you open to negotiating your tariffs on cars, steel, and aluminum with China or any other country?
Well, we're not even talking about that. We're bringing the car business back into this country. We have commitments, not only commitments, they've already started construction of many plants. They've left Mexico in a few cases. In a few cases, they've left Canada. They're not going to build in Canada. They're going to build here because we have the market, and the tariffs have been amazing. The election and the tariffs. November 5th was a big day, and on top of that, of course, you wouldn't have the tariffs without the election, I guess, if you look at it. But we have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built.
Looks like it
that are going to be that are in the process of being built. And some are going through, some have actually started. We also have renovations of existing factories where they weren't utilizing the full factory from years gone by, and now they're under full renovation. They'll be opening up full factories in a very short period of time. Our car industry, I think we're going to have the #1 industry. If you look at Japan and these others, they do tremendously with cars, and they can do that too. But if they want to sell cars in the United States, they're going to have to build factories in the United States, because I'm interested in cars in the United States. Now, one other thing is,
short at
in our tax bill,
840 if it hits.
we're giving not only no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, but also we're going to get a deduction for people that borrow
I think
money
we're
to
going
buy
back down
a car
a little bit because 15 minutes too
it's
bad.
made in America. If it's not, we have no interest.
Meeting with President Zelensky. If President Putin doesn't show up to these talks in person in Turkey, will you join Europe in putting conversations on the
If I felt it would be important toward getting the deal
No,
done,
I'm
I'm the
looking at
one
my
that insisted on
oscillator.
the meeting. They couldn't get a meeting because one said ceasefire, one said no ceasefire. It was going back and forth. I said, look, at this point, we got to stop it. Just go to the meeting. The meeting's been set. Go to the meeting on Thursday. And if I thought it would be helpful, I don't know where I'm going to be at that particular point. I'll be someplace in the Middle East, but I would fly there if I thought it would be helpful. Yeah.
You trust the book?
minors who claim discrimination in their home
Let
country.
me see the book. 512.
Our administration is going to welcome it.
Oh yeah, I really read tomorrow just for CPI. Okay.
For people who countries like Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo, why are you creating an accidental country for
I hate Tradify.
Because if
Keep
they
blowing
kill,
that.
we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week.
It's only up
you know,
because
we're
of
supposed to
Trump.
have I guess a G20 meeting there, or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. but it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And,
How? You can't do 10 minutes before.
farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white,
Oh, yeah,
makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally
Yeah,
killed, and
that's
their land is being
hard.
confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people.
Isn't Elon from South Africa?
Escape from that violence and come here. Yeah.
Thank you. Are you letting China off the hook for these 90 days? And do you really believe that they will follow through with non-tariff barriers and remove those?
Non-monetary tariffs, yeah. Yeah, I think they're going to follow through. I think they want it very badly. I think they want the deal very badly. Again, this doesn't include the steel tariffs that I put on a long time ago that Biden tried to get off, but he couldn't get them off because it was too much money. You know, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, what a lot of people don't know, but we put on the tariffs originally. And if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel industry today. Now we have a thriving steel industry. It'll be thriving much more than what we're doing because this is the next level. But it doesn't include that, doesn't include cars, doesn't include pharmaceuticals when we do that. And the reason we're doing that will be to get them to come back in the country. You know, there are, again, I always say it because a lot of people forget, but if a company like Eli Lilly, which is making a massive investment in the United States right now, they're building many, many plants. They've already started like 7 of them, many plants, but they are not going to be tariffed. There's no tariff cost. So they're all doing that. They're all coming back to the United States. I mean, I'll tell you what, I hope I get the benefit of watching this because, as president, because, you know, it takes a little while to do this stuff. And we're doing it early in the administration. If you think of it, we have, I believe, if you look at the real total, it's over $10 trillion committed for plants and factories. Other administrations haven't had $1 trillion over a 4-year period, even over an 8-year period. We have over 10 trillion committed in one form or the other over 2 months. Give me a break. I'm here to hear 3, but let's give me a break on the first month. We want to get acclimated. But, you know, but if you think about it, it's really 2 months. And
Average,
so
yeah,
months,
you should be fine.
We have an investment already of over $10 trillion.
Yeah, they don't really care.
And
They're not that strict.
Presidents haven't had that done over a year, over 4 years in some cases. It's unprecedented. There's never been anything like it. It's a very exciting time in America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Russia if Putin doesn't agree with the 30-day.
I have a feeling they're going to agree. I do. I have a feeling. Standpoint of medical, this group behind me, I mean, I think it's the best group ever assembled. In terms of medical, I think you're going to see a tremendous cut. I know you're going to see it in Medicaid and Medicare. That cut will be massive because drugs are 50-60% of the cost. So Medicaid costs are going down and Medicare costs are going down because of what we're doing today. And it's not like, oh, gee, well, maybe it won't happen. It's going to happen because the other countries have no choice. Now, the drug companies are going to have to say, listen, if you don't pay more, we're not going to give you the drug, and they're willing to do that. So that's it. They have to, we have to equalize.
Mr. President, price controls.
Say it.
How do you respond to the fact that this?
It's not price control. No. What was price control is before. If you want to talk about price control, is what they were doing. They were making us pay. They set a price, and they said, "Here's what we're going to pay, and anything else charge America." But at that time, they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this: the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector of this pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You have to ask Democrats are they going to vote against the one great, big, beautiful deal that's being negotiated now, tax cuts, etc.? When now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%? It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
Your ABC fake news, right?
Why not?
Only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it, they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Somebody may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received
It's not a gift to me, it's a gift to the Department of Defense. And you should know better, because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster. Here is the bill. Bobby, come on out. Now you're talking about.
The president almost left the Oval before signing that EO, but a wide-ranging gaggle there talking about tariffs, drug prices, Ukraine, Air Force One, Gaza hostages, South African refugees, this $10 trillion Eamon Javers that he says has been committed to investments in this country.
Yeah, Carl, that's right. What I thought was interesting about this was the president sort of framing this pharmaceutical executive order, which is aimed at lowering costs here in the United States, and presumably that hurts the pharmaceutical industry. The president, though, framing it as something that helps the pharmaceutical industry in terms of their negotiations with European governments to get those European governments to pay more for the same pharmaceuticals than they have been paying. So the president looking at this issue, which has been around for a long time in Washington and hasn't been addressed, looking at this in very much the same way as he looks at the tariff and trade battles around the world, in that he sees the United States as being taken advantage of, particularly by the European Union, but also by other developed countries. And what he wants is Americans to pay less, the U.S. government to pay less for drugs, and those European governments to pay more. Now, the mechanism for how that's going to work, Carl, is not entirely clear. There's a period of negotiation here, and then presumably the U.S. government will use some regulatory leverage to force the drug companies to lower those prices to what he's calling the most favored nation price, that is, the lowest price that any developed country is paying for the same drug. So we'll see how this all plays out, but it's part of his overall worldview that Americans have been taken advantage of for far too long, Carl.
Yeah, international reference pricing, they call it. And a lot of those names, David, have turned around since the Open.
Yeah, very notable to see that there is a significant rally going on, commensurate with, frankly, the move in the S&P and the NASDAQ. In fact, in some ways exceeding it. Merck shares up almost 5%, as well as Amgen and Lilly and, the entire group reversing course here. Eamon, a lot to go between now and then, I guess. The idea that you get these drug prices down substantially. The president also talking about Medicare and Medicaid and potential beneficiaries there in terms of cost cuts, if in fact they are able to reduce drug prices significantly, although I feel as though that has been an aim of so many former administrations as well.
Yeah, look, this has been a long time coming, right? And what this administration is doing is looking at that huge amount of money that's spent on drugs by Medicare and Medicaid and saying, boy, if we can get that down, we don't have to raise taxes as much as part of this tax negotiation. So there's money to be had there, and that's why this is so appealing.
Eamon, thanks for that. Eamon Javers doing double duty both on tariffs and drug prices today amid this broad market rally. By the way, Dow's still up more than 1,000 points. We're holding 58.12. Coming up on Money Movers, a lot more on the rally. We'll check in with Jefferies chief market strategist David Servos, get his take on this China deal and what it means for the market, and the CEO of NRG Energy, the top performer this morning as oil prices and energy equities surge. Money Movers is back after this.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at custommade.com.
Overnight about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have the fearless investor,
The type A CPA, the bootstrapper, the boot maker.
yeah, but many do have something in common.
We all trust
our wealth. Thanks to our award-winning service, low costs, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
In our previous home, we had wood. I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks have made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please.
What account?
I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yeah.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never
Man, this is
focus on the
boring.
life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for
Where is it?
Corient.
Let me see.
Fixes his hair. Doesn't know why he picked such an ugly shirt, but knows he can
What
get
news
more
was
with
it?
his money. Ryan opens his Fidelity app, sees
Oh.
his opportunity, and takes it. Ryan sets his investments to
Oh, it's just Bitcoin. Tesla's still up.
It's a good shirt. Really? It's like flowers, but also a cow. Sure, that helps.
Start investing with no account minimums. Talk about easier
Yeah.
investing.
Oh, dump later. NQ. I got a little bit. I'm just holding. I'm up on it. I'm just got Ethereum, Tesla, and Litecoin. Litecoin I got at $30-something, so you know, it's low.
When you download Dave.
ESPN Experiences takes you behind the scenes and inside the action.
Premium's like it's gonna go up on NQ.
Your all-access pass starts here.
Yeah. It's okay.
Zone Conference, May 14th in New York City.
No. After before that, it was dumping, and I tried to do a short, but it went long, and it keep dumping. So yeah.
On stage this year, Steve Cohen,
It's okay.
David Einhorn, Larry Robbins,
That
soccer star
curse is still there.
and the mentalist Oz
Yeah.
Find out more at zoneconference.org.
I'm gonna try again tomorrow.
To fight childhood cancer.
Just chopping. Yeah. And bot's still short and spot's still winning.
This week, Dave.
Yeah, it's been short. It was up like 100 points earlier. 808's been bot shorted. And so I took some of the short too. I made some money on a lot of other accounts. Or traded for.
That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's
And
retirement
then
survival
one
kit, featuring
TPT
your
got
guide to
hit.
surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free.
So I got YOLO tomorrow. Get my funded back.
Fisher Investments disciplined approach will help see you through the market
CPI.
ups and downs. Give you the confidence
8:30
to
in the
reach a
morning.
comfortable retirement, and our fees are structured so we do
So
better.
I'm gonna gamble some Tradeify and Apex.
Retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your
And depends on Bonox. If it's 90%, I'll get some too. But it's still 83, but they should put 90 soon. Yeah, I sent them an email because the other company is 90%.
Numbers tell a story. Data really is power. I know the AI tool is in the background analyzing all the data.
Yeah, another company is doing 90, and so they'll match the price on it.
Money to work for me and with
I posted on the sales, whatever that
decisions
is.
with my investments.
Huh? I don't know. Yeah, they are. You can't trade on that one. They don't have trade over 8 or Project X.
Him, though, who sold your bike on
So
off
stay away.
knows them all. Discover life outside the box.
Our new book shows you how our simple option strategies offer you a lower cost way to trade
Not a damn
stocks with
thing.
limited downside risk and remarkable upside rewards. Get your free copy today.
I know a lot of people blew up last night, I guess. When I went to bed, it was at 500, and when I woke up, it's 990. So I think a lot of people try shorting it overnight or something.
Because it has saved my dog's life. They'll say, here are the prices for this.
At least my
at
top
this place,
step
and
is
this
still
place, and
good.
this place. And, you know, pick the lowest one. If you are in a situation where your pet needs medication, you should absolutely
I doubt
check
it.
out GoodRx.
Is Cialis Daily better than Viagra?
I think that's the only eval I have left. It's just a top step.
It's available. Start with a 30-day sample pack. Generics now only $1 per tablet at RexMD.com/30.
Good morning.
Still?
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
That's a good short. I have an 805 short if we hit again.
Access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens.
Short into the bottom is long.
CNBC Plus. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Yeah, I blew a couple accounts. Everything else is green. Yeah, I got caught too. That's not traded by is the PA. Yeah. Oh, and I blew one Take Profit Pro because I tried to do 3 NQ and catch a big run up. You told me to. You know, it's just sitting there for a long time because fuck it. It's just YOLO. If I get lucky, I get a massive payout. You know what I mean? No. No, not even close. I didn't care if I blew that one. I think I was up like 400 on it, on the 50K. Yeah. Hey, it's payout.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future. Are you qualified to do this? What? This special
Yeah, he's doing a 150, so I want to do that, but it's expensive.
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's
Yeah,
gotta
he's banking on it.
find your CFP professional and let's make a plan now.
Yeah. Should I not? Nah. No, let's do have my short end. Oh, he's a trader for Top Step.
These gorgeous 1932 gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck, and less than 400 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-870-6353. Call now when you receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Combo meals got combinations. Make this thing your own creation. Entree, drink, and choice of sides. Oh, and it's
Looks like my short's gonna hit 805 coming up. Yeah, I'm just bored. I don't care. I really want 840, but that's too far.
If you're planning on all getting together,
Order filled.
There we go.
why stay in hotel rooms and not
Order
eat
submitted.
together?
Yeah, I'm already in. I gotta make up for that TTT account to come down like $2
Get an
grand.
Airbnb and actually
Order
get together.
canceled.
And quick in and out.
Order submitted.
Rate on Chinese imports down to 30%.
AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hired them, or your staff, all having the same vibe.
Who?
I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Who?
For 2002.
What
Oh.
AT&T does guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans.
Well,
for your employees.
I didn't sign up for
And
them.
if you need any,
So he won't message me.
The Daymaker pants by Public Red. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the Daymakers, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
Yo, Mugo, where you at?
Smart move. to
Can
get
you
a
show your
second
screen on
opinion.
here or no?
You do it when you're looking for a contractor.
Wait, Gammon, can you show Mugo how to do the sell limit on Tradeovate? I don't trade on Tradeovate, that's why.
And Henry and Walsh, it only takes a second to schedule your free second opinion. So what's there to lose?
Yeah, you just click on which spot you want to sell. So on your on your left, you just go down to whatever numbers, whatever number you want to sell, just click on it and it'll stay as a limit. Try just do one. Well, on the screenshot that Mugo posted on the left, you just click on it. Just click one on whatever number below the actual price set for you. If you want to buy or sell. If you want to buy, you click higher, but you want to sell, you click lower.
So go to Zenju.com.
I'm sorry, you click higher on the sell.
Financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run
Just
your
test it out
business.
and you'll play around with it and see what happens.
Trading in Schwab is now powered by
No, I'm not talking. You're talking to Mugo. No, you can't do 100. I think the max you can do on my funded is 5 or 3, something like that.
400 technical specs. The platform to your unique needs with nearly endless customization and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade really with Schwab. Goldilocks
I
is the
know.
price of her own. In fact,
Fuck you, Biggie.
she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to
Plug
find
your mic
exactly what she
in.
wants.
This one's just right. She means
Oh, it's happening. It is happening. To manage your own money, he makes it easy for someone like me to understand how to invest my money properly. Booyah, Jim! Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/joinjim. Breaking earnings news, Under Armour, Cisco, Walmart, Deere, reporting, market reaction, expert analysis, strategies
Man,
for
market's
your
so
portfolio.
boring.
This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Yeah, that's actually good too. Got some other data coming up too. CPI.
Of course I did. Good boy.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
We wanted to make foods using unique ingredients, things like kelp. Shopify provided us this platform to sell our products to anyone around the world. We're Barnacle Foods, and we're powered by Shopify.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric that helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Do you have a life insurance policy?
Yeah, it's quick and easy. I ain't got time to do all those graphics like you.
Even a term policy for immediate cash payment.
We thought we had planned carefully for our
I'm
retirement.
gonna change my advertising in that stream.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel and let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Franklin Templeton Custom Tax Management. Easily create custom SMAs with our Canvas platform and help investors keep more of what they earn. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC.
Damn, you got that many? Oh, you just flipping, right? Damn it. Oh,
We know whether you grill with charcoal, or griddle. We've
I
got
don't want to buy another
for
one.
you. Because only your local Ace has all the best
Gonna
brands in
wait.
one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Alright.
Dear Texas, this is Kona Family, part of our premium line of Cafe au lait Reserve. With notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia, this full-bodied coffee was grown just for you. Cafe au lait Reserve, brought to Texas with love from ACP.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour, surging stocks on the tariff pause with China. We are trading the markets today with the investment committee, as always. Joining me for the hour, Joe Terranova, Stephanie Link, Jim Lebenthal. We are surging today. We know that on this rollback of the tariffs for 90 days. We'll meet again in a few weeks, we say. And UBS today says U.S. equities are once again attractive. You could have seen that coming. Joe, you had so many firms come out, cut their price targets, cut their view of U.S. equities. We have had recession fears ratchet up in the last handful of weeks, ever since April 2nd. Is that all now done? Are we finished with all the fears?
I think people are going to come on the network today and try and present these various analogies to the environment. I'll just say this one word: mercurial. I've been using it all along, and that's the nature of what it is. Now let's talk specifically about what the market is expressing. And the market is expressing that momentum is remarkably strong, and the momentum does not match sentiment, because I don't think sentiment is as bullish or nearly as bullish that it needs to be, given how strong that momentum is. I think what we're seeing is the potential that if momentum stays as strong as it does, you have to have a recalibration on that sentiment. And I think that really puts in perspective the opportunity for the S&P in the near term to trade back above 6,000. The 90-day pause, what does that do? It now puts front and center the tax bill. While we're sitting and waiting over the next 90 days to see what ultimately the deal could look like, you're going to hear a lot about the tax bill. The question lastly becomes, does the personality of the market change as we approach 6,000 in the S&P? If you look at the tape today, the suggestion is yes, it will. Look at Netflix, look at Spotify. They're both down 3% with literally no fundamental reason why, other than it appears as though we're seeing a little bit of a rotation within the market.
A massive relief rally on many fronts, Steph. But I ask you the same question. So does this mean that we're out of the woods, that we no longer have to worry about the worst case scenarios, empty shelves, right? That became untenable for the administration. You're not going to have a situation where consumers are going to go to the store and find empty shelves because no ships are coming from China. They know that. And that had been ratcheted up as well. So we get this pause, and now we can, as Joe said, focus on the other things. You're going to hear the president, I'm sure, talk over and over and over now about tax cuts and deregulation.
No.
That's true. But Joe makes a really good point about sentiment. It is still quite negative, right? There was not a lot of people buying in February and March. And you know I went from 9% cash in February, and I'm at 2% right now. That's hard to do, but the sentiment was so incredibly negative. You would have thought by now, given the rally that we've had, that sentiment is better. It's not.
I mean, give people a good chance to get through 24 hours since we found out about 1,500 in the S&P now.
Yeah, but if you do that, you're going to miss the easy money, to be honest with you. It wasn't easy to buy.
The easy money has probably already been made.
That's what I'm
by
saying.
people like you who were not afraid to wade into a very shark-infested sea.
It was hard. It was very, very hard. But I still think that there's room for catch-up. So we're not out of the woods, but there's room for catch-up as that sentiment does change. And by the way, the economy throughout this whole thing has hung in there pretty well. You know the Atlanta Fed tracker that we watch all the time? It's at 2.3% for the second quarter. Inflation, we get big readings this week. I think you're going to continue to see progress on inflation. You just mentioned tax cuts, deregulation. That is yet to really develop. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, all I care about really is what happens to earnings. And earnings just grew 13% in the face of all this stuff. So I do think that earnings are going to continue to do better, and the valuations are pretty reasonable, especially in some of the cyclical parts of the economy, because everybody flocked to healthcare and staples. And you have to make money elsewhere, in my mind. If you think the economy is going to stay okay.
I'm wondering about that now. It's like gold's getting crushed today, right? The most safe of safety trades, at least as it was viewed in the environment. Gold getting crushed. As you might expect, China stocks are all up. Staples and utilities, to Steph's point, are lower. Like, is the defensive trade over? Need to start thinking about that. Stocks with China exposure, look what they're doing. You can roll through them. Nike, Caterpillar, Starbucks, throw up any stock that has huge global, especially China exposure, and that is what the chart looks like today.
So now the goalposts have widened again, right? We started getting a situation where you're closing in. It was really hard to get that ball kicked through because you're worried about, well, how long are these tariffs going to be on? Are we going to go into a recession? Has too much damage already been done? The Fed's no longer, ready, willing, and able to cut yet. Now this deal just says, okay, here, you can kick it into the ocean now.
I think that's a great analogy. I mean, we were just a couple of weeks ago, we were worried that the Fed chairman was going to be fired. You didn't mention that in the long list of things, but since then we've seen some more rational responses, or at least the market believes they're rational responses from the administration to what